Okay. So has anybody heard from Lena? She's on virtual. Well,
Madam Chair, I'm online.
very good. Thank you. Lena, I was just asking about you, so I'm glad you're there.
Yeah,
So
thank you for checking in on me.
Thank you. So, good afternoon. So this is day 5 of our budget. And it's great to once again see our wonderful staff that are here before us that are going to be working, taking us through the budget today. Before we start, my name is Patrice Horseman. I'm the chair of the board and also supervisor for District 1. And I want to a big shout out to all the graduates. Besides high school graduations, we had CCC this morning. And of course, NAU was Friday and this weekend. And special congratulations to Dr. Miguel Vasquez for getting an honorary doctorate that his son, our supervisor, Miguel or Geronimo Vasquez, and our colleague was able to pick up on behalf of his father. So really wonderful weekend, and just to all the graduates, just you're the future of Coconino County. You're the future of the country, and just big congratulations to you all. We have a presentation flood control district this afternoon. After that, Public Works Department. After that, it's going to be infrastructure and safety services budget, and then wrapping it up with county manager's budget. So we have an action-filled afternoon today. And with that, we're going to start with roll call. District 1, I've already introduced myself. Patrice Horseman, I am present. District 2.
Good afternoon, everyone. Geronimo Vasquez, Supervisor, District 2, and current Vice Chair. Thank you.
District number 3.
Good afternoon, Tammy Ontiveros, District 3.
District number 4.
Judy B. Gay, District 4, Supervisor.
And district number 5.
Good afternoon, this is Lena, District 5. Thank you.
Very good. Well, the full board is back with us. And with that, I'm going to turn this over to our county manager.
Thank you, Chair Horseman, members of the board. It feels like we've been here before, but today is a new day. It's springtime in northern Arizona. The wind is reminding us of that a little bit. So with that, we're kicking off today with our flood control district and then public works, and then we'll have a bit of a wrap up, and then we'll get into our county manager's budget. Tomorrow, please note, we start at 8:30 with the consent agenda. Tomorrow's Tuesday, so we do have a regularly scheduled meeting associated with that, and then we'll have the library district come in at 10:15. So that's how tomorrow morning will look. With that, I'm going to introduce Lucinda Andriani, our flood district administrator, and flood district staff is here as well. I will note Lucinda emailed Friday night, late afternoon night, and so has been really working on, I think what we'll hear is from the flood control district, the budget, and that's what we're here for, the annual budget, but also some longer term planning processes that Lucinda and the district have been thinking about. Also, we'll talk a little bit about debt management as part of this presentation. As you know, in 2022, as a result of our catastrophic wildfires and post-wildfire flooding, the general fund loaned the district $15.5 million. And so Lucinda's prepared to address that. It's really probably the beginning of some conversations, both in future planning as the district transitions from post-wildfire flood mitigation to projects in the district, and then talking about debt management a bit. So this presentation will look a little bit maybe different than some of the others in that way, where we'll really talk about the future. And as you know, the flood control district, you, Board of Supervisors, also serve as the flood control district board of directors. And there's a there's a tax rate also associated with this. And so, and there's funds generated from that tax initiative. I'm telling you things that you already know, just wanted to talk about that reminder. In terms of the specific budget, again, let's talk about the longer term plan. I will say the community relations manager, in keeping with our conservative approach with all general fund and all of our departments, that is funded for another year. Lucinda's probably going to recommend that it be funded permanently, but our recommendation is really in keeping with our financial alignment that you've heard about over the past week of all being together and with our funding situation the way that it is. So with that, I'll turn it to Lucinda, and thank you for being here this morning. We are all looking forward to a good week together. So thank you.
And I see we also have our county treasurer, Sarah Benatar, is joining us. So I want to welcome Sarah as well, and thank you for being with us today. So.
Financial future. Thanks, Tim. The financial, when the light's on, I think it's on. The financial future of the district. First, I want to start out with a really heartfelt message to the board. Your support for the district over this last couple of years to really advance what have been the primary and focus goals of both mitigating the pipeline fire flood mitigation effort and supporting that effort, which remains the worst disaster to ever impact the county. And in addition to that, keep the forest restoration initiative moving forward. I can't tell you how much I really are grateful for that every day, that we have a board that looks ahead, and we can't do everything, but I think you all have shown that with the diligence that we've had through this process and the advocacy efforts that you have invested in, that we've been able to continue to accomplish those goals, and will continue to do so into the future. And that's a real testament to your leadership, your fiduciary responsibility. So I really commend you for that. As Andy mentioned, and I've noted several times with you over the last 6 months or so, this is a transition year for the district, and we will have some additional work to do in the pipeline flood area, and I'll speak more to that later. But and we want to, of course, we're recommending to continue significant investment in forest restoration. But very importantly, it's time to initiate a countywide long-term planning process for our FEMA special flood hazard areas that are under the jurisdiction of the district. And and you're aware of those include Sedona, Munns Park, Mountain Dell, which fortunately we've mitigated, and I think we finally have had a breakthrough with FEMA, and we're going to get those properties in the water system out of the FEMA floodplain finally. Tucson, Fort Valley, and Munns Park. I got myself turned around there. And then, as you're also aware, Page reverted its single floodplain to the district, but that's been mitigated. And all those prior investments continue to be the responsibility of Page. So today I really want to focus on the future and know that, how do we position the district to continue to accomplish this significant work? These are public safety projects. That's what they are. And that really is fundamental to our mission, and build that longer term plan so that we can start addressing flooding in those FEMA special flood hazard areas. Moving into it, I'm not going to go. We have a lot to cover today, and we're not going to get through it. We all know that we've got to come back and really dig into the 10-year plan in particular, but I'm just trying to, there's some slides I go over, some slides I speak more to, and some I just pass over altogether. So But first, I want to introduce our team. I think you all know them. Jay and Sean. Raise your hand. So if they don't know you, and Jay Smith, you know Sean Plioma. Shirley Watkins, Joe Hines, who's our new forester, and titles program manager, but really forester, and Courtney Maxwell, and Sean Golightly is our team. And this very small but mighty team has accomplished a lot. And I'm very proud of what we have accomplished. And I think really the determination and really focused on getting results and delivering for our communities and delivering really positive outcomes for our communities. So, and of course, our team goes beyond that. We have a team of engineers and contractors and our federal partners and our state partners and the residents in the flood area who had to partner with us as well to get this all done. If they had not agreed to donate their easements, then none of this would have happened, right? So that's really important. So today we'll focus on the financials and again, go over some things fairly quickly. Now, Andy mentioned about the position, but I have some important information to share with you. We had this discussion during the county managers meetings that the 3-year term position for the community relations manager, the position that Sean holds, this next fiscal year would be the 3rd year. And we had that discussion. We wanted to convert it to a permanent position. Had the discussion. He made the recommendation that we do another year of term. Well, I'm sad to report that Sean is leaving. Sean is leaving the district, and he is going to work for. There's a memorial forest out off of Hart Prairie Road. Some of you might be aware of that. 4 forests in California, and he's going to be managing those with everything he's learned about forest restoration and coupled with his communication and marketing skills. So he's moving to that role. His last day will be a week from Friday, the 23rd. So we are now once again proposing that we move that to a full-time FTE. To be honest, there's no way I'll recruit somebody for a 1-year term. That's not going to happen. And the money's in the budget. It's been in the budget since we started 3 years, all through the 10 years. So there's no budget impact whatsoever in terms of the impact to the district. And I think with what you hear through the rest of the presentation, particularly related to the loan repayment, that the general fund is going to benefit through that, rightly so, because it supported the district. But I think this small cost, and frankly, I'll spend it with consultants anyway, and probably spend more. So in my judgment, it's far more practical and lower cost for us to fill that position. So that we are requesting that.
Well, I certainly hope Sean didn't think we were not going to give another year when you came to the budget. I hope that did not play into this, because quite frankly, we would have, and I think you would have known that. So yeah. All right.
Yeah, I think he got just a really special opportunity. This really merges with his values and his kinds of things he really wants to do with his life, working with people that are experiencing relatives that, and that may be nearing end of life, or people who are planning for their end of life, right? And that's a special time. And
So it's pretty cool up there.
Yeah.
Actually, some of us got a tour when they were first starting, and very, very special place up there. So congratulations. And we
we're
wish you
already
well.
hounding him about sending it. So moving on, this graphic just captures kind of the major expenditure and investment streams. Most of you have seen this before. I took a look at the priorities that the board has set for the county. And I think you too, I've outlined them here. I won't go through them in any detail, but I believe that the district's goals and priorities are very similar, with public safety at the top. I think obviously that is a key element of our mission. And then public lands, natural resources, obviously, is part of the forest restoration and the watershed restoration that we do post-fire. And then, of course, economic development, vitality. We know we're starting to build an industry that is contributing to our economy here with forest restoration. And certainly, frankly, the other investments we've made have had a significant impact on our community. And we're obviously very supportive of organizational health and fiscal health. So the next set of slides really talk about the accomplishments over this past fiscal year. And you've seen a lot of this information relative to the pipeline. I think my key adage here always is that we literally got the money just over 2 years ago, the federal funding. And so to think about, we're almost at $100 million worth of investment. That's just obviously an unbelievable accomplishment, frankly. And then I would really want to also acknowledge that we had struggled for a number of years with Coconino National Forest. Fortunately, CIVAV, we've always had tremendous support for the work with Bill Williams Mountain, starting with Heather Provencio and moving now to Nicole but we struggled with Coconino, and I really want to commend the Chair Horseman. She dove into that and had the patience and the skill to really get that moving. And fortunately, I think working with Aaron, working with Matt, we've been able to now establish the Upper Rio de Flag Forest Restoration Project, a really important partnership. And but that was really a testament to your continued, focus on that and getting that done. And those and moving those forwards. And Jay will talk a little bit more. Has good news today to share. Talk a little bit more about that in a little bit here. So then there are other accomplishment slides here. And I won't take a lot of time to go through those, but I think you're pretty aware of everything. Other things that we've accomplished, again, back to this small and mighty team. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Sean, who will start jumping into the financials here. We'll go through that. Let me just take a quick look here, Sean, just to make sure wasn't anything else. He'll start walking through some of this information, and I'm going to chime in on a few of these slides too.
Okay, thank you, Lucinda. Good afternoon, board. So Sean Puyama, Program Manager for the Flood Control District. So what I like to do is kind of go over our base budget, taking a first look at FY25. There's a lot of information on this slide, a lot of numbers. Basically, what this shows is just kind of an overview of what our projected end of year revenues will be versus our end of year expenditures. Expenditures we'll go into when we talk a little bit about the programs, about what our base budget funds. But kind of a recap, they fund our salaries, our operations, and just general administrative, as well as forest restoration and capital projects. As Lucinda mentioned, the past couple of years, we've been really focused on the federal and state awards with regards to the Schultz pipeline area. We haven't done a lot of traditional flood control related projects. And that is something that we are going to be looking at moving forward, as Lucinda mentioned. One of the unique things about our base budget is that we have a fund balance that has been rolled over year to year. The beginning fund balance for FY25 is about 12.5 million. That is funds that we've received through revenue that was allocated for forest restoration projects and just part of our overall budget that weren't utilized. But we do, when we look at the 10-year, anticipate using those for, again, those traditional flood control projects moving forward. The next slide kind of goes over how the flood control district is broken up. We're made up of 3 different programs. There's the Flood Control District Administration, Forest Restoration Initiative Program, as well as the National Flood Insurance Program, NFIP. Those 3 programs really are the 3 that utilize the revenues and that we collect as part of the special tax. Part of the district's role as well is to oversee those federal and state awards, which we've been doing over the past couple of years and continue to do so. And you'll see that as of today, they estimate over $133 million. The next few slides, I won't go into too much detail. I believe you've seen these before, but we just wanted to give an update in terms of where we stand regarding some of our priorities and our major awards. This slide does show the NRCS awards as well as the United States Forest Service Good Neighbor Authority Award. These numbers are up to date. I'm really excited to share that, working with our partners in both of these agencies, we've been able to we're at the point where we have recouped all of the reimbursements that we've submitted. I know a month or so back, we were still missing a few, but we did get those and we have received them. So we are up to date as of the end of March, and we are in the process of submitting April's reimbursement. We've been working with our partners who have been very helpful, and we are at a point where they have reviewed several of the reimbursements and are ready for processing. So we're hoping for a quick turnaround with those reimbursements as we move forward. The next slide goes into a couple of the outstanding awards that we have. There's the DFFM match for the NRCS awards, as well as the Congressionally Directed Spending Awards. And we are still awaiting approval for the Protect grant, which I know we've talked to you all about previously. And I think Lucinda wanted to make a couple comments about that as well.
If I can, just for the record, Supervisor Fowler has joined us in person. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Apologize, I'm late.
No problem. So 2 items I wanted to touch on. One, as Sean mentioned, is the Protect grant, and we are working with our advocates in DC and have made contact with one of the deputy undersecretaries in Department of Transportation, who is looking into the specific status of our grant. What we understand from other communications from DOT is that they have something like 3,200, 3,500 grants, and they're literally going through every single grant. DOJ is going through every single grant and looking at every single one and determining whether they're consistent with all the executive orders and everything, and then ultimately making decisions. And they're about, I think we heard they're like quarter or a third of the way through. So we're trying to see what is there that we could do to get this one looked at more quickly, given it is a disaster related effort. And some of the things that have triggered issues with other grants absolutely do not exist in this grant. So we'll see. The second item is related to the department, DFFM, State Department of Fire and Forest Management. That award was for $10.8 million. It was to match the original grants from NRCS. DFFM just informed us that an element of that award, of that money, was provided through, I think it was a second tranche of money that came after the wildfires in Gila. And that money actually has a deadline to be used at the end of June. All the work we have done to try to get that funded, because you have advocated over and over again to get more money into that DFFM wildfire fund, which is there to support responding to wildfire disasters. And all of that, we never understood that it lapsed this year. So fortunately, we're very close. So I think the lion's share of what we have should be fine. we should be able to get that match, the associated match. And we knew we were going to need some additional match dollars anyway, because we got additional NRCS funding. So I don't see it as a huge issue, but I am working with them. The first tranche did not have a lapse date and did not have a deadline on funding. And there may be some funds available there that we can use for some of the work for next year. So I'm working with them on that to see, how we might be able to address that. So
So that's the 2.4 million that we were awarded that have not been received to date. Is that up
Is-
there under DFFM?
yeah, it's about 2.5. If we've been reimbursed 7.4 out of the 10, yeah.
2.5?
Right, is 2.5 is remaining. But a lot of that's being consumed right now for the projects, finishing up Peaceful Way, which they're doing here very shortly, and then the big projects in Government Tank. So I think we're estimating maybe about $500,000 would be left when we got done with those projects in the DFFM fund. So I'm working with Tom Torres and John Richardson there to see how we can manage that going forward. So
we're hopeful we will in fact get the full amount that was originally awarded to us.
correct, right.
Okay.
Well, and we did for those projects. I think we have an additional project we would really like to get done next year. We have, and I'll talk more about, there's a gap in the mitigation in the area, largely because frankly, we expected the emergency relief funding from the federal government to make more improvements along the highway. And we've been limited in what we can do. The engineers have actually come up, it's conceptual preliminary right now, but have come up with a plan whereby we could utilize more capacity at Copeland Detention and actually better mitigate this area. It's between Brandis Way and Peaceful. There's a gap there, and there are quite a few homes that still have pretty high flood risk. And that's because we could not upsize the channel coming down Brandis to the degree that we would have wanted to, because the highway channel cannot take that capacity. So we can't flood the highway, instead of flooding the neighborhood. So, and that was also part of Protect. Protect was to also look at all that area. So we've been delayed with that. So if we get Protect, that will help us look at that as well. But we may not be able to do all that. So, this is what happens. I mean, this is not unusual post-disaster.
Hey, Lucinda, just to recall my memory, the Department of Fire and Forest Management Award, that's the funding that we've been working at the state level to try
To get more funding into,
Yeah.
which has, to date has not been successful. But I hope that we will continue to advocate for that, because if it's not us, it will be another county that's going to need that.
As part of an emergency budget. Yeah.
Yeah. So hopefully we will continue to do that.
I have a question to ask you. Don't leave yet. The other is, and this keeps coming up. I've heard Lowell didn't get the money. Lowell did get the money. And now I see it's still rated as 0. This is the Lowell Observatory fuel reduction for the congressionally designated directed spending.
The congressionally directed spending is there and we have access to it. We submitted a small invoice for one of the flood related projects under that CDS funding, under the overall 2 million. And we got reimbursed for that. And the Forest Service has indicated to both Jay and I that the entire amount is there. So that funding is there. There's been other complications with this, but
The reason it's
not
0
related to that.
The reason it's 0 is because we haven't spent any money yet.
But it's there.
But it's
But
there.
it's there.
All right, good.
Yeah,
Just want to
so
make sure it gets done.
that's good news. And hopefully we're going to get this on track really soon. So.
So this next slide, this ties into the FY26 base budget. As you may recall, we came to the board to share that based on our estimates at the time, there was going to be some ineligibles and district-related costs that we were looking to get concurrence from the board to utilize the fund balance or the balance from forest restoration to kind of help support those costs. As we went through the last few months working with our partners out in the flood area, the original ask was 3.5 million that we would need from forest restoration. After we've kind of done the work and reanalyzed the numbers, it looks like that we're actually going to only need about 648,000. We are still going to cover some of the ineligible costs with funds from our overall base budget, just through different avenues such as salary savings and just funding that we didn't utilize this fiscal year. So that will help pay down a little bit of what our ineligibles are for this year. Although you'll see in our recommendations that we do have a dollar amount assigned for ineligible costs for next fiscal year. And that number is going to be built into our overall budget for FY26.
And I'm sorry, I can ask another question. I just want to make sure where we are on this. You know, we were trying to hold off, as you know, sum of money for forest restoration projects. And I know that part of that money needed to be used to finalize some of the flood mitigation. What's left for for forest mitigation, for forest restoration, I should say?
So you've been provided the 10-year plans, and I believe what's allocated for this fiscal year is on that 10-year plan, highlighted in green for forest restoration. 4.8 million for this fiscal year. And then for next fiscal year, 5.2.
So 4.8 mil this year, 5.2.
Mhm.
Okay. Matt and Jay will go into this year.
Yes.
That's why we had to hold up spending that, but we expect now agreements to spend that.
Yeah. So the next slide goes over some of our increment requests as well as unawarded grants and then just carryover requests. For FY26, there are no carryover requests related to our base budget. The carryover requests are all related to the federal and state awards as we end those projects. We do anticipate that we will finish those projects within this fiscal year. So we may not need a carryover request, but we wanted to plan for any pending work that doesn't get done this fiscal year going into 26. But as of right now, we're trending to finish up this fiscal year. We do have one unawarded grant for FY26. That is the Community Wildfire Defense Grant. That grant is to hire a position that would help with the wildfire defense program that Jay can talk a little bit about. And then along with that is the increment requests from the general fund to help support that grant. 50% of the funding will come from the general fund. The other half will come from the district. Now this next slide, again, goes over the three programs that flood control manages with their base budget. There's the FCD Administration, Forest Restoration Initiative, and then the National Flood Insurance Program. You'll see highlighted in red that we're looking to kind of add a new program to our overall budget, and that is going to be focused on the FEMA Special Flood Hazard projects. Those are those capital projects that we're looking at as we move forward through this transition to start focusing on different projects within the community. Part of what we will do is establish a separate fund, or I'm sorry, not a fund, but a division under flood control district to manage the associated costs with those projects. And then with that, I'll turn it back over to Lucinda.
Oh, anybody have any questions to this point through?
Madam,
We got a ways to go, so don't.
Yeah, don't ask too much. Okay, so I'm just wondering if, this is the capital program. I'm trying to, so you're going to be doing engineering, more engineering and construction?
Right, the
So-
concept, I mean, we have these FEMA special flood hazard areas within
Yeah.
the county. And frankly, because of the
Oh,
succession of,
it's not in where the mitigation's
No,
taking place.
no,
This is
that is not
elsewhere.
a FEMA.
These are the
This
places
is
that
Munns
we have.
Park.
These
You'll
are
remember,
places
you got
we
to go do the
toured
tour.
Before.
Right,
Yeah,
Fort
okay.
Valley, Munns Park,
All right.
Sedona,
Thank you.
Tucson,
Yes.
Tachina.
Yeah.
And you were part of the original
Mhm.
review. And then we did the project in Mountain Dell. That was the only
Mhm.
one that we were able to do.
Yeah.
And then we had a succession, museum and then tunnel and then pipeline. So
Just wanted to make sure. All
Right.
right. Good.
Yeah.
Yes, I was
it's
on
those
that tour and
projects. It's the
remember where-
engineering and construction associated with those. So now we'll move into a review of the proposed investments. Now, we're going to come back, just, I'll say for right now, ignore the general fund loan payback. And I'm going to come back and we're going to spend some time on that. But the rest of the numbers that are up here this is what we're recommending for investments for next year to complete pipeline flood mitigation, forest restoration as well. And Jay will talk more specifically to forest restoration here in a minute. And then those projects that you just mentioned, the flood control capital projects in the FEMA special flood hazard area, and putting together that information. And that is the key component. If you go to the next slide, well, we'll come back to that, but we'll talk about that long-term planning. That is the long-term planning effort, is really to identify projects within those, go through a prioritization process, which we come on the 20, I believe it's the 27th or 28th. We will be here to have an initial discussion with you about the criteria that we're proposing to use for prioritizing those. And you'll be the ones to prioritize it. Obviously, we'll make a recommendation, but so we'll be talking about those criteria with you before the end of the month. So I think, right, this is the first slide here relative to the recommendations, investment recommendations for 26 is the flooding. And, this is where we are, where we stand financially with the awards. And what we've identified is that there's this area, as I mentioned earlier, we're looking at some additional mitigation needed for that area, as well as looking at, actually, we go through and we run a pretty in-depth flood modeling to see where are there still significant problem areas, right? So that's part of that goal, is to try to address them. In addition, we've put in funding to conduct a system inspection and maintenance if needed. Obviously, we have a lot of assets out there that, fortunately, these are all pretty low maintenance unless we have some really big event, frankly. But we need to account for that in our budget, of course. And then if the Protect Grant is approved, then obviously we would be moving forward. That timing of that's all controlled by DOJ right now. So, and then next is forest restoration.
The Good Neighbor Authority, is that all flood mitigation work, or is that flood mitigation and also forest restoration? Thanks.
Yeah.
She's talking about you
Yeah,
using the
no,
mic.
okay.
You're walking away from it while you're,
Yeah.
okay. Good afternoon, Chair. Okay. So for the forest restoration, real quick, obviously our goals for next year are to complete the Hawk Little Wing and the Durford projects and start the LaRue project. So that's all within Upper Rio. Well, the good news is the Hawk RFP is out. We will be choosing a contractor by May 23rd. And so Sarah left right when I was getting ready to tell her that, we're going to write a big check, $2 million check for that work to commence. which was in our FY25 budget. And then the Durfur project, that RFP also is out. So the Hawk is with the Nature Conservancy, Durfur is with National Forest Foundation. We expect to pick a contractor by June 20th on that, and that's got a very short term also. So those projects will be commencing and likely finishing this year. That was the setup that we did this calendar year. So moving things very quickly. The Durfur project, we're putting $1 million in. SRP is putting about 675,000. I did the National Forest Foundation will put funding into that as well. No Forest Service funding on that project. So that's, I think, leading us to the reality of what's coming up in the next year or two. So if funding becomes available, they'll put that project may only get a third to a half done because of until more funding comes along. But that's the furthest north. We're making sure they get the bottom third that's closest to the mountain, really the most at risk. So we're kind of prioritizing those areas. Bill Williams Mountain fully signed this morning, 6 a.m. It was in my inbox. So we're happy that that's done. Now, unfortunately, we have $2.8 million in FY25 for that in the budget. We're going to start putting feelers out to see if there's contractors available. If they're saying that they're not, they've already got their book of work, then we will have to push that till next year. We do have some projects, or the Nature Conservancy has some projects all around the base of the mountain that will be done this year no matter what. So there will be work done on Bill Williams Mountain on the north slope or on the north, but not steep slope. We'll see if we feel like we can get contractors here. We will work on getting them here this year. The Lowell project you spoke about, yeah, there were some issues with the insurance, and so I'm going to be bringing back the agreement with some changes to the insurance, getting that all cleared up. That's under review by GFFP's lawyers right now, and then hopefully soon we'll be getting that, and then they can move that forward with projects.
As long as the money's here, I'm happy.
Yeah, the money is there. We've proven that, thankfully. So, and then the Lowell project, or the LaRue project, the U.S. Forest Service is prepping acres right now, getting them ready, and we're going to have a meeting. We're on kind of scheduled to release an RFP potentially January of 2026. And this is the steep slope, rocky slope. And we're transitioning from helicopter for 1,100 acres of that, from helicopter to a Ponze type tethered logging. So you go from $20,000 an acre to $6,500 an acre. And we have multiple people looking at that with that equipment. So we're happy about this. And we expect to then have ops moving in April of 2026 on that. The challenges, go to Andy's word for the year, uncertainty, but also this lack of administration support for forest restoration. We're seeing that the focus is on areas where money comes into the government from timber sales. That's obviously not the projects that we're looking at. So we're still fighting the fight. We're still going to push for that, but we do want to let you know that will be something that we're going to be looking at. So we're not expecting matching dollars at this point, but we're going to move forward and keep projects. So we have the $2.8 million for the second part of Bill Williams in FY26 for forest restoration, and then we have about $2.6 million for the LaRue. That will not cover all of LaRue, but it's a phased project. We're going to have to do this over the next several years. That's going to cover about 250 acres of the 1,100 acres. Yes, that includes all biomass, dead and down, all that stuff will be coming out. Yes, at 6,500, around, we don't know yet, but.
And how about the Forest Service? Have they committed to put anything into that?
No money committed. Yeah, they don't even have a budget yet, but so they've told us to expect to pay for that. For now. Yeah, exactly.
Right. Supervisor Fowler.
So with the Forest Service, not only is it the staff that are being cut, but it's also the project dollars.
Their project dollars. Yeah, under the current administration proposal, but obviously that's just a presidential proposal. We'll see what Congress does. We're still continuing to push that, but we have some congressmen that are supportive and some that are not, so.
And I will add that there's some interesting and hopefully will be successful efforts happening at a national level to try to really focus in on this area, this arena. So we'll see. I've been invited to some interesting conversations over the next month or so. And so it's going to be interesting to see where that goes. But we have to be hopeful, and we have to continue to advocate for those investments by the federal government.
And don't forget, we want to see the Ponzi equipment in.
Yeah,
I
it's
really
pretty
want
cool
to
to
see
see,
that.
yeah.
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 We still want to see some of that boring project going
Yeah,
on.
I'm working on it. So next is, and I touched on this earlier, and you've heard me speak to this before, which is this long-term flood mitigation planning process for the FEMA special flood hazard areas within our jurisdiction. And, to look at that specifically, we had the initial engineering assessments that Director Fowler noted before that we did back in 2015, 2016 for some of the areas. Did not do that for Tucson and Sedona. So we're incorporating them now into that process. Fortunately, Tucson got a very large grant to develop a drainage master plan. That will flow into this process in terms of projects for that specific area. And I'm setting up a meeting to meet with Sedona to talk about projects in their area. Again, this funding should be focused on broad area, regional level flood mitigation projects. And it may be necessary I won't say it may, it will be necessary for the communities to be contributing to these as well. Particularly with the dynamics at the federal level right now. They've eliminated the BRIC grant, which prior was the pre-disaster grant, just gave it a different name. And flood mitigation grant still exists, but we don't know. I haven't yet been able to have somebody tell me if is there money even in the president's budget at all, or are they just going to eliminate all of FEMA funding? So anyway, that remains to be seen, but we're going to put together our plan so that we can at least invest the resources that we have and hopefully can find partners and others to support that. So, and again, hits that area on this. And then, as I mentioned, Tucson, and we've got some pretty significant goals there to get at least some of the projects to 60% engineering. So if there in fact are federal grants available, the traditional federal flood mitigation grants available, they typically are released in April. So we want to be ready for that. And then by the grant requirement between ADOT and the city or town, excuse me, they have to apply for a transportation grant by September 2026. So they're moving hard. This is a Herculean effort. I mean, we're looking at 10,000 CFS and a 100-year rainfall event going through Tucson. That's Lee's Ferry. If you've ever stood at Lee's Ferry, and a normal summer run, which we haven't seen in a while, but normal summer, that's a lot of water. That's a lot of water. We will not be able to mitigate the 100-year. I would be very challenged. That's extremely challenging. Then wildfire defense. We've talked about that, and we'll schedule an update on this probably coming back this fall. There we go. And then, as I mentioned, we are planning we have a maintenance plan and have budgeted for maintenance investments, potential investments this next year, certainly at least inspections. And then we're also evaluating this parametric insurance. ASIP does not cover the district's assets in their insurance pool. Now, we have some level of immunity through state law, but so we're looking at what are some alternatives, and there'll be a lot more discussion about that in the future. And then, as we always know, with fire season, I don't know, this wasn't a red flag today, but I can't believe it isn't because it's howling out there, but we're in fire season. You all know that. So again, I believe that these recommended investments will help attain the goals and address the priorities that have been set overall for the county as well. So we're going to kind of move through this, and instead of doing questions and comments now, because we're going to only got about 10 minutes left. So the general fund, what we've been calling the general fund loan. And thank you again, Treasurer Benatar, for being here with us today. I really appreciate that. She's been really very helpful with all of this. And I appreciate your counsel on that. So as you'll recall, we did 2 loans, one in July 2022 for $5 million, really focused on immediate needs, short-term mitigation. Then we did 10.5 million in late October, early November for 15.5 million. So for 10.5 million, total of 15.5 million. What had been generally discussed at that time, based upon what we'd done post Schultz back in 2010, 2011, was that it would basically be a 10-year loan. We would start it when we're nearing completion of the projects. So there was that financial capacity, right? Back in 2010, there was no paper. It was in the books. It was in the financial books. The board actually pushed it out twice to allow for some other things to get done. And we paid it off, but it was a total of $3.5 million, a much smaller amount. Relative to that disaster, it was probably pretty similar in some sense. But so fast forward to now, we kind of had this concept and moved ahead. Well, we've spent some time, even including this morning, talking with Siri and with the treasurer about how do we structure this. And so there's some information that we shared relative to some various scenarios. And mostly what I want you to understand right now is that, one, we've put a lot of time in looking at different potential scenarios for repayment, but really what it's boiling down to when you take the financial and frankly, the legal element of this, where we're really getting to is that there'll likely be two-way agreements, an agreement between the district and the county that we will pay off the loan all up front. We'll pay off the loan. And then the district will take that agreement in effect, and we go to the treasurer, and then the treasurer will work with us to issue us a loan, not unlike buying a home mortgage, right? And the treasurer will fully compensate the county general fund for the full amount of the loan, plus the backdated interest from November 22 through end of June this year, the interest that accumulated, and she'll do those.
Compensate the district?
No, compensate the general fund.
Got it.
Yeah, pay back the general fund. She'll calculate that interest based on how we utilize those funds and the interest rates at those. I'll think about it as draws, or I think about it as draws for construction, or financing in general, right? So she'll do her magic on her end and determine what that overall dollar amount, probably in the ballpark of 16.5 million, maybe 17, somewhere in that ballpark. And she shared with me that she is fairly confident, and certainly she can come up and speak to this too, that she, for her cash flow, that she can manage that on behalf of the district. However, she's only allowed to do a 5-year loan per statute. And so we'll end up doing, in effect, 2 5-year loans, but the general fund will be paid off upfront. So she's done a similar arrangement like this with Summit Fire that was approved through all the county attorneys at the time and everything. And this is something treasurers do with districts. And think one of the things we've learned, and Bill can chime in if necessary on this if you have questions, is that really getting a loan from the general fund is not the way we would go going forward. We would go straight to the treasurer if we needed a loan. Like if we had another emergency, right? We would go straight to the treasurer and say, we've got an emergency. Now, for me, it's an interesting dynamic. It's an interesting maybe philosophy or approach, because with the 25% reserve in the general fund, since I started 20 years ago, one of the justifications for that were emergencies, right? Were emergencies. And obviously the general fund can have its own emergency. We had the pandemic, I mean, there were emergencies. Fortunately, we had administration at that time that supported that, but there were emergencies, right? And there were expenditures that Public Health Services District and the county had to pick up, for example, with the pandemic. So, but in terms of thinking about these kinds of disasters, right, it's a different structure. So that puts more emphasis back looking at this insurance. So what do we do if we have a 1,000-year rainfall event, right? And we have a lot of what are we going to do, right? And so I want you to know we're looking at the big picture, and it's a kind of an interesting dynamic, right? And yeah, it's an interesting dynamic.
If I may, by the way, I think that makes a lot of sense when you think of it. I don't know why we didn't do it that way at the time, except we were in the middle of an emergency.
That's right.
And there had been a prior way of it having been done. And quite frankly, we just needed to deal with the emergency that was emerging for our communities. And so, but it makes sense what you're saying. Having said that, God forbid there be another emergency. And I know the treasurer's ability to provide loans to the flood control district has to be finite, not infinite. So, I mean, if something would happen, for example, this year, so if we do this, and it makes sense that we basically get paid off, the general fund gets paid off, and the loan then is between the flood control district and the treasurer. What happens if we have another major event? And because as I said, you can't be infinite money, although wouldn't that be nice?
Chairwoman Horseman, no, that's a great question. So the treasurer's office, we don't actually have any limits as to how much we can lend out. We are allowed to invest in district debt, which we have done with multiple districts. That said, obviously, we also have limitations as to how much cash we have on deposit with our office. So, the amounts we discussed, it still gives us plenty of wiggle room. Just to give you an idea, I ran the numbers this morning. As of this morning, we've got over 30 million that I would have just invested in the market. So half of that we are earmarking for this specific purpose. And the other one, just given the nature of what's going on, we're going to be looking at more short term. But the truth is, I would personally look at it on a case-by-case basis, but also understanding my limitation is that 5-year mark.
Well, and what's the interest rate?
So we always do, whenever we do district loans, 50 basis points, so 0.5% above whatever the treasury is that we're looking at. So in this case, it would be 0.5% above the 5-year treasury, which is captured on there when the presentation was done. That's it's in the ballpark, yeah. Which is less than, I will say, the district would get if they actually issued a bond, if they would go to a bank for a credit line, like if we did this through credit lines with a bank. So for us too, it's a great opportunity for us to support our districts, but also for us to make sure that we're still earning a competitive rate of return on an investment.
So the 16 point, if this is the way we go, that 16.5 could theoretically be put back into the general fund in 2026.
Yes.
That's the goal.
That is the goal, because how it would happen is we would pay off. Essentially, I'm purchasing that debt from the district. So you are made whole, and then it's working the district and the treasurer's office on that repayment plan.
Well, it sounds pretty good. I mean, Siri or county manager, any thoughts on that?
I think in working with our legal team, both from the district's team, Andrew McGuire and Bill Ring is here from the county's legal team. And it's interesting because, like Lucinda had said, we have the Flood Control District Board of Directors, which you serve as, and the Coconino County Board of Supervisors. And really, how we have historically done it we've thought about it. And I believe with the Schultz fire and subsequent flood response, that loan some of it was forgiven, right?
Yeah,
Lucinda?
some of it was forgiven
So,
and then it was extended a couple times.
But yeah, but this is, I really appreciate Treasurer Benatar stepping in and saying, hey, we have other options. Is there anything you'd like to add, Sue? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. And I agree with everything that was said, and especially what Treasurer Benatar said about if there was another event, looking at it on a case-by-case basis, looking at the loan, also looking at the district as it goes through time, because what we have right now is just, a forecast of what things will look like. But in reality, if there were to be another large event, for example, it may mean that other things that are on that plan get delayed a few years, which creates capacity to do that response. We always want to just be mindful before going to the general fund that if we have a dedicated revenue source available, for those activities, that we just look at the financial condition of the flood control district point in time, and then do the evaluation at that point with where they are, what has happened in the meantime compared to the forecast, that kind of thing. So I'm definitely supportive of the plan moving forward.
But I understand.
See, we have legal there too, so we might want to hear from legal as well. So Bill?
But I guess what I'm understanding though too is that I guess there's been Auditor General or other concerns about the general fund actually loaning money to districts.
Correct.
Right?
I would not suggest we
Right.
get into the
Yeah, you just
mindset
said
of general fund. So
whether
I
we
was thinking
do.
more of like if
Right.
there was an emergency and we had to contribute from the general fund,
Right.
we would want to look at if that's, where the
Right.
district is to with solvency and things. So
I think we should hear from legal.
Madam Chair. I'll be very brief, Madam Chair and members of the supervisors. I appreciate the last 10 minutes of presentation from the Flood District Director. I wanted to first remind you that you're sitting as the Board of Supervisors, right? So the mechanism that was described to you, you will receive when you're sitting as the Board of Directors, where you'll be asked to make decisions in your discretion about how you would take a note with the treasurer and what combination of cash reserve and the flood control district and borrowing from the treasurer would equal 16.5 million that you would then receive as the Board of Supervisors, sitting as the Board of Supervisors. The district has great legal counsel in Andrew McGuire from Gus Rosenfeld. You've got great legal counsel in the county attorney's office for the Board of Supervisors, and we can get this arrangement done.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I just have a comment.
Supervisor Begay.
I know you guys want to hurry, but
You know what? And by the way, you're trying to hurry us, but this is flood control district is really important to us. And so I'm gonna make sure we get our questions asked.
And we will need to come back.
And
'cause
there's
we need
no
to go
question
through
we'll
the
be coming
numbers of the
back.
10-year, of course.
Yeah,
And
there'll be no question.
and
we're
then we've
coming
got to
back.
come back for the decisions that Bill,
I
both
understand.
as supervisor and director.
I understand, but I do not want to cut off the board from questions from your presentation right now. So Supervisor Begay.
Sarah Benatar, thank you so much for letting us know. And I just want to know what other kind of loans you give out, because I think the board travel for and operations, I think we need more money in there. But anyway, I just want to say thank you so much for being there and, really coming forward and, making this a little easier for everybody and ensuring that we're in compliant, whatever it may be. So thank you both, for working this out.
Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. And I do have questions that are going to be brought up, but I know that we're going to be having more in-depth conversations. And so I'm going to hold my questions for the upcoming meetings. And with that said though, Chair, I do not feel like I have been cut short in any way today. I'll save them for our more in-depth conversation.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. First off, good that we're getting the general fund loan fixed properly. So thank you, Treasurer Benatar, for working with the staff to make that happen. That's really important as we move forward. I also wanted to give thanks to your team, Lucinda, for accomplishing so much in 2 years. It's pretty amazing to get so much work done in such short a period of time. And so good job. Thank you. That was a lot of work from a lot of people sitting in this room, and not just from Flood Control District, but across the county and our partners as
right.
well. So thank
Absolutely.
you, all of you, for all your hard work to make this happen, because we're sitting in a good place with this flood mitigation where we were 2 years ago. So
Yeah,
very
absolutely.
encouraging, and appreciate that. And I too have some questions in particular about the special flood hazard areas, but I'll save
Mhm.
those for
Sure.
when we're in more in-depth conversations about it. So I just want to say thank you to your team. Sean, good luck. We're going to miss you, but you've done good work and you deserve the opportunity. So thank you.
Supervisor Fowler?
Yeah, thank you. I'm really excited. Excited to be where we're at today.
Mhm.
Schultz Fire was a mess. It was a total mess.
We were infants.
Yeah, it was like almost endless. We're in constant meetings trying to figure out what was happening to us. So I'm really excited. We're continuing to transition and know that we're going to be doing forest restoration, and the grants are coming through. So we've been very concerned about these grants, having the grants being cut, but we do have really important partners that really believe in what we're doing and what you're doing. So thank you for building that strong relationship. And that's the only way that we're moving forward on this. And through the years, you've made really strong partnership. And then Sarah, you're always there to save us, to offer us
Another
an
strong
option.
partnership.
Strong partner, yes. And we've done this loan before. I remember that, and we paid it off, and then now we're actually, so it's exciting. We'll have more conversations about that. I'm really looking forward to just more projects getting done, and the FEMA projects.
Mhm.
Those tours are important. I think we should do those tours
We
again.
will do those
And
tours
then
again.
Working with all the towns, that's really important, because that's what that one does.
Mhm.
And then Sean, good luck. Really excited that you have a great opportunity that's before you. Sad for our department, but you've really provided good information and really educated the community, and working with the local residents. Thank you. Really good. Thanks. Thank
And
you.
I'll just wrap it up here just real quick. First and foremost, Sean, good job. Really been a pleasure working with you, and thank you for your service to Coconino County and our flood control district. And we're going to miss you, but I know you're still going to be in the community and still be part of helping our community. So that's fabulous news. So, and of course, just flood control district, and Lucinda, you and your team under your leadership, what you have been able to accomplish for Coconino County in our time of need and in our time of emergency, I don't think it's been duplicated anywhere in the country. And if they have, show me, because I have not seen it. So, just phenomenal work. And you're right, over 100 million in less than 2 years, and accomplishing what it is. I'll be glad when it's done.
Done.
And I know there's some supervisors here that it's in their district. They'll be very happy when that's done. But also what we're looking at is trying to change this vicious cycle of, just the drought and the forest fires and the post-wildfire flooding. Best way to do that is for forest restoration. We, the board, made a commitment for forest restoration. So I'm very anxious when we meet again to take a look at where we are and how we're going to proceed. Very good news, both in Bill Williams Mountain and, of course, the Upper Rio. Very important for us here in the greater Flagstaff area. Also, I really want to talk about that community wildfire defense grant, and because I think that's a great opportunity for our communities to not only education, but also to take action that they can take on an individual and community basis to lessen their wildfire risks. So I really want to talk to you more about that. And then last but not least, we have this long-term planning, especially for the special flood hazard areas. And I know you're working on that. And I know that's going to take a lot more discussion here with the full board. And I appreciate you getting the information so that we can set priorities and make good decisions moving forward. And then I want to thank the treasurer who left. Probably could share a lot of things. And I think it's a great opportunity, and I think it makes a lot of sense. So I look forward to looking at this as a flood control district director as we move forward. So more to come, more to discuss. And it sounds like everybody's gotten their burning questions answered, and we look forward to more discussion as we move forward. So any wrap up here from you, Lucinda, our county manager?
Just to say that forest restoration does remain paramount. And you'll see when you look at the next 5 years, substantial and continuing investment. And that is, if you look at the 10-year, the only line item that I will say is not tracking to what we've discussed is the loan repayment. All the rest of the expenditures that are noted for FEMA, the FEMA areas are what we're recommending. So there's significant investment there. And yeah, I think that there's, I'm very excited as well. I think this is a exciting, and it will be challenging, these special flood areas. So we're coming back. We're doing 2 work sessions in the next basically month. One is on the criteria for prioritizing projects. The second will be to come have a overall foundational work session on wildfire and insurance. And we're working with people, experts. You've met one of them, Kimmy Barrett with Headwaters and her team, to set an agenda. We're meeting with them in a couple of days to really set that agenda, who needs to come in and share, but we need to get the board an overarching level of foundational information. This is a very complex issue. It's not going to be, well, we show up and it's one and done. This is a long-term major issue confronting our area. And so we want to take the time to make sure you get the information you need up front, and it'll be an ongoing, it's going to be iterative, right? Ongoing process, but that's the plan. And we're launching that the 3rd, right? 3rd or 4th, I get the dates mixed up.
June 3rd.
June 3rd. So those are 2 important opportunities coming to take this work forward. So thank you very much. Really appreciate your attention today and saying, and recognizing that the work we're doing is of value to our communities. Thank you.
Thank you for all you do in your team. And Sean, we'll miss you, but we'll see you around town. So, and we're only 10 minutes late.
There you go.
Come to the museum.
All right. Well, let's move on. Let's move on to Public Works Department. I'm going to turn this over to our county manager.
Thank you, Chair Horseman, members of the board, and really appreciate the presentation on transitioning as we transition from post-wildfire flood mitigation to forest restoration, and then the planning effort for special flood hazard area projects. So very healthy conversation for us going forward. Also transitioning, as we know, is the insurance landscape throughout our country. And so really appreciate that we'll be having a work session with
They
that.
are not transitioning fast enough. That's
Yeah.
the problem.
I know. So, and really at this point, I'm just buying time for us to get the presentation loaded for Public Works. And I'm going to turn it to Kim Musselman to give an overview of Public Works. Christopher Tressler is wearing a tie today. Looks very sharp and ready to present to you.
Thank you, Andy. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. Just a couple of highlights with respect to Public Works Department. As you see, Christopher is here with the entire his leadership team for Public Works, and just want to give a quick overview related to their budget and specifically any increment requests. There are no specific increment requests that are before you today. I do want to clarify that, first of all, we've had a really great collaboration with the Public Works team and looking at mechanical services, and you've been hearing about many of those adjustments as the other departments have been coming forward, and his team continues to work on that as we really put together some solid changes for the future that are going to overall benefit the entire county, as well as keep the mechanical services solvent as well. So they will be receiving the from the 5% CPI for the transportation funds. That equates to about $500,000. And then for the mechanical services fund specifically, the 5% CPI is $135,000. So with that, just again, really appreciate the partnership and all of the work that has gone in, not only on working with us through this budget process, but of course, as you've been hearing from all of them with all the projects that they've been able to accomplish. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Christopher.
Can I ask you a question just real quick? Because I'm looking at this. So transportation funds, 5% CPI is 500,000. Mechanical servants fund, services fund CPI is 135.
Yes, and I think Siri can speak to why we have them in two
Yeah,
different.
that's what I was wondering.
categories. Yeah.
Why is this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So we just took a look at other kind of major fund areas for adjustment as well for CPI. So this would not be a general fund impact. This would actually come in the form of the transportation funds that would come from the RMST and HERF dollars that are already part of the Public Works operating budget. So it just gives them additional expenditure authority for things that are in their routine operating budget. And then for mechanical services, it's for the increased cost of things like parts and supplies that are used by motor pool and doing, vehicle repair and maintenance. It does get charged back through the charges, and we've accounted for that as part of the plan that was put forward as far as paying for the repair costs on the vehicles.
Chair Horseman and members of the board, we'll go into that a little bit as we dive into our presentation, but it's really broken into two main parts. The first part will be Public Works as it relates to the transportation fund. So those are not general fund dollars. Then at the end, we'll talk about mechanical services, where those are, it's an internal fund related to the general fund. We also have solid waste, which is a smaller portion, and that's general fund also. So as we go through the next bunch of slides, let's think about that. We're Public Works and engineering and road maintenance, and we're talking about roads, and we're talking about the transportation fund. We receive dollars from the Highway User Revenue Fund, the state gas tax, and we receive dollars from road maintenance sales tax, and we receive dollars from vehicle license tax. So our organizational structure, talked about it a little bit. The way we see Public Works is we have Public Works Administration and some strategic programs within that. Our financial group that helps support us buying and spending and helping fund projects. Our training, culture, and engagement team. Then our facilities group. We work closely with Tom Hanachek and the facilities team, and the county has barns, equipment barns, and facilities, significant ones here, Flagstaff and Williams. We have a significant barn, and then we have satellite barns, if you will, where we stage equipment. So we employ a small facilities team to augment what Tom Hanachek and the county facility team do. We have fleet services. That's the general fund part we'll talk about. Then we have the engineering group. More recently, we talked about Nate Reisner, naming Nate to be county engineer. Nate's going to talk about some of the road projects. And we have road maintenance. The county has over 600 miles of gravel roads, and we try to hit those roads often as possible. And then there's roadside drainage maintenance. There's the sign shop, and there's resurfacing of roads. There's the sourcing of material for roads. It's a significant program for our road maintenance team. We have our tribal roads program. We have about 5 FTEs that are assigned to blading our tribal roads in an agreement that's very close to being renewed with the BIA. We also have a program with the Navajo Department of Transportation, or Division of Transportation, and another IGA that we're hoping to bring to you related to the Hopi tribe as well, and some of the roads within Coconino County that we've been using. And then I mentioned the Green Waste Program. Well, those are the department overview. Our org chart is on the next page. And we have 129 FTEs. Our vacancy rate has decreased over time. It's been pretty exciting. That we've seen, I think, our culture increase and a stronger culture. We've been able to fill positions in the fleet side of things, mechanic positions. We've been able to retain and hire people into road maintenance. We have, it seems in engineering, there's typically 1 or 2 vacancies as people rotate in and out, but pretty common or typical coming and goings as people realize different purposes or desires in life. But all in all, I would say that we're in a pretty good position at Public Works. We have the bulk of our FTE vacancies are in road maintenance. And I think it's tough to get around. That Flagstaff is a really tough place to live and to make a living in a certain job type or job classification. And we're really grateful for the increment requests that have been approved in the past, or raises, excuse me, that have happened in the past. And we're excited about the recommendations that the county manager has put forth towards the board for potential pay increases. And I think that's going to go a long way. So some of our accomplishments in the last fiscal year have been pretty significant. Well, our goal was to spend down our fund balance, and it was a really difficult time. And I know we caused Siri a lot of stress, and Siri took on a whole effort of work in the debt financing strategy to help us stay under our expenditure limit. And it was on top of all the work that her team and the Public Works finance team already had going. And it added a whole new layer of complexity and difficulty. But it was hugely successful. And we're really excited to be spending down our fund balance. Frankly, those dollars in the bank don't do a lot of good. We need those dollars on the road. And we've spent more money in the last few years than we typically have in years past. And a lot of it has to do with the staffing and the people that we've been able to hire and been able to deliver those projects. There's talent. Lucinda will say, and I know when Prop 403 was passed, Andy and Lucinda were at Public Works, and the concern was that if we get it passed and we have the dollars, do we have the people to deliver the projects and deliver the service? And so that's been our primary concern, and we've been able to deliver on a lot of those promises. So we value retention, retaining our team members, doing what we can with our culture, and attracting talented people. And we're in such a good position now. Public Works revenues, the transportation fund revenues have been strong, and so now we're put in a position to look at priorities, and we want to make sure we're fair and equitable across the county. And we look at roads, and we look at the road classification when we start to develop priorities for road projects and where the money is going to be spent. We want to make sure that we're fair and equitable, and that our priorities are unbiased, and frankly, they're science or engineering backed. We look at the condition of the roads. We look at the classification relates to the amount of traffic that is on that road. And it just makes sense in most cases, but not all, to deliver those transportation dollars, road project dollars, to the roads that are used most. But that's not to say that other roads don't need attention at times as well. And so we're largely driven, our priorities are driven by road classification, by how much traffic is on those roads. And we look at, for paved roads, it's a pavement condition index. But we aim to be fair and equitable, as we set those priorities. And we want to be as transparent as we can. We're currently being audited it's a regular audit. Every 10 years, the road maintenance sales tax will be audited. And the things they're looking at are the information they're requesting is related to how do you set these priorities? How are you being fair and equitable? Are you delivering? Are they quality products? Are you spending the money appropriately? And so we're getting it from all sides. Some more of our accomplishments more related to construction projects and pavement preservation projects. You can see this is a snapshot from 2025, and we have over 600 miles of gravel road and then the more than 300 miles of paved road. And these projects all relate to paved roads. And it's a pretty good cross-section that's spread around the county of the different kinds of projects that we're doing. Nate will get up and talk about the fiscal year 26, and maybe it's, I think, 4 or 5 years into the future. And then we also have the 10-year plan so we can see the projects that we're proposing. We continue to pursue grants. I'm gonna back up maybe just a little bit and talk about the best, and if you're in basketball or soccer, the best the best defense is a strong offense. And Chair Horseman mentioned that we want to stop this vicious cycle with the flooding and the fires, and so our offense is forest restoration. And Public Works, frankly, can't sustain all these projects and respond like we have historically to all the disasters. If we start having disasters again, things will have to slow down on roads, and so it's compounded. But we're in a good position. We've built good relationships with contractors. We've trained a lot of people, and frankly, the state is willing to step in, and we've seen where we get reimbursements from DEMA to help respond to these natural disasters. And Nate and his team and Chad continue to pursue grants to help the county. So we need to continue to leverage our partners to respond to natural disasters, because it does impact Public Works as well. And we're trying to get as far ahead as we can on pavement preservation and the condition of our road network, and then it minimizes the disasters or catastrophic road failures that frankly we just haven't seen because we've been so proactive.
Can I ask a question on just the accomplishments and your construction that you've listed? Is that been based because of these emergencies that when in the flooding, or is this based on your list of projects that you've needed to get done over the years?
Chair Horseman, if you're talking about the timing of the projects, the timing of the projects has definitely been affected by fires and floods, and it's been compressed now. When I look at this list of projects, we worked in fiscal year 24. We worked on, is it Lockett Ranches or Mount Eldon Estates Lookout Road, that culvert project that we did? That one was specific to we wanted to dovetail into another project, but actually could that go all the way back? Yep, and for Hutton Ranch Road was definitely, Hutton Ranch Road is $560,000. It's identified after the extreme snow melt and the failure at Slayton Ranch Road, identified the Hutton Ranch Road project as well. And so, yeah, thanks for bringing that up. That the Mount Eldon Lookout Road project is a significant project, was related to flooding and the post-fire as well. And as the flood control district does projects, there's definitely oftentimes a component where they're crossing a county road, and so we've tried to be as appropriate as we can and support the flood control district within the county right away to undertake those projects, upgrade county infrastructure where appropriate.
And you should be singing your praises about the recreation corridor on Lake Mary Road. That was very significant.
We have a great relationship with the cycling community and the running community. And I don't know if anybody is aware, but the lady that won the Boston Marathon, she didn't just win by a little bit. And she set new records with that. She trains here and on Lake Mary Road. And they've expressed a lot of thanks and gratitude towards the work that Nate and Chad have done in the engineering division to help separate and create whatever kind of buffer we can between the traffic and the recreationists. And it's now even more of a bucket list for people to come run on Lake Mary Road and run in Buffalo Park. This Coconino run is blowing up with 257 miles that people ran, and they sell out on that, and it just brings a lot to the community. And people are here months in advance training for it. And so our community is definitely heavy in recreation, and that people are bringing a third for every dollar that's spent in Coconino County. It's a third of a cent of that goes to the road maintenance sales tax. And so tourist money is money on county roads.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Fowler.
these accomplishments that you have listed here, are they part of the Proposition 4-3 projects, or are they just all county general funds?
Yeah, Chair Horseman and Supervisor Fowler, thanks for that question. So it can be a combination of both, but the majority of it is road maintenance sales tax dollars. It's the Prop 403. None of this is general fund dollars. The transportation fund has those two sources, road maintenance sales tax and the gas tax. And so I'm quickly doing a checklist in my mind, but none of this should be funded by general fund dollars.
Thank you to our voters.
Yes, absolutely. And, you know, that'll need to be renewed in 2034. And so probably in 2031, we'll start a campaign with open houses and try to drum up support again for its renewal. On creative solutions, we talked about that. Definitely having people on the bus in the right seats is important. And we have a lot of strategic partnerships. You know, ultimately, we want to provide safe transportation for the traveling public. We just renewed our strategic plan, and I mean, we aim to deliver the level of service that people have come to expect from Coconino County. And it takes a community to do it, and it takes a partnership. And so we've shown on here our different strategic partners. Coconino Community College, for example, there was a law changed where we could no longer internally train our operators to get their CDL. It needed to go through a formal school, and Coconino Community College has delivered on that. And so we constantly are now hiring people and sending them to the school to help them get their CDL, and the program has been hugely successful. We're working with Hopi, Navajo Department or Division of Transportation, and BIA to improve the level of service on roads in outlying communities. We work with the city of Flagstaff and the Arizona Department of Transportation, so our projects dovetail. We have really good partners, and we're excited to continue those relationships. As I mentioned, we were just renewing our strategic plan, and Viviana Reyes, raise your hand, Viviana, she led that effort, and we wanted to revisit our mission, vision, and values, and our strategic priorities. And we wanted to hear from everybody. We wanted as many people to be part of that process as we could. And so it's been an undertaking, and we've met with just about everybody at Public Works and heard their voice. And as part of that effort, we did a SWOT analysis: strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And so it was really neat when it was requested by the finance team, the county manager's office, to conduct this as part of our budget presentation. We already had the data in there. And and this is driven what we look to invest in the future and where we want to double down our efforts. I say that there's not a lot of surprises. We've been connected pretty well with the team, and we get a lot of feedback. But like I said before, Flagstaff is a tough place to make a living. The availability of material, it's not just tough on some of our nation roads to have good road base and gravel. That is a limiting factor in us being able to deliver on roads. Right now, Shadow Mountain Village is getting repaved. We ripped the pavement back, and it was nothing but clay, or clay-like material, and it's a significant cost to when we get unsuitable material like that, because there's not a gravel pit in Flagstaff that has material that's inexpensive. So definitely the availability of road materials and the cost of road materials, it's increased, and it'll continue to be potentially an opportunity, but more of a threat in our success in the future. Now I'm going to pass it to Jeremy Floyd and let him introduce himself, and he's going to talk about our revenues and our financial status.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board, I am Jeremy Floyd, the Administrative Services Division Manager for Coconino County Public Works. And I am here to present the financial review, starting with the historical revenue. Ooh, I forgot these are live, so I can float over them if you want to see anything in particular. But what this slide shows in particular is that we are showing some steady growth year over year. These are three major funding sources: the Highway User Revenue Fund, Road Maintenance Sales Tax, and the Vehicle License Tax. So again, steady growth year over year. Christopher wanted me to mention the HERF revenue first. So as you can see, month over month, we're looking at FY 23, 24, and 25 in comparison. This slide, it doesn't really show it here, so I'm just going to mention it. You can see to date, year to date, FY 24 over FY 25, we're looking at about $10 million in HERF revenue. That's 25 versus last year, about 9.7. So a little bit of growth there. If all things hold true, I expect that we'll be at least the same as last year, which is about 13.3 million. Again, that's HERF revenue. Now, Christopher already touched on this, but this is a slide that we're particularly fond of and we're proud of. We are spending down the fund balance. So the projects are going into the ground. We're not carrying fund balance anymore. So you can see year over year, it's slowly going down. Next slide is road maintenance sales tax. Again, we have it year over year. And just to point out, we are basically about the same. We're about flat for this one in particular. I had my notes here, 9.6 and 9.6. So it's looking pretty good. All things holding true, we should end about 14.7. And again, another slide of our fund balance, spending that down and getting the projects in the ground. Oh yeah, so this one in particular, Christopher just asked me to explain why we want this one to go to zero. This is housing basically all capital expenditures and some transfers out that we spend out of the HERF fund. So this being capital, we don't really have a need for us to carry a fund balance. There's no operational expenses that we have to cover. So our goal is to spend this down flat and try to keep it flat. And with Nate on board, I think we can do that.
Hi, Chair Horstman and members of the board. I'm Chad Ocker, Deputy Director for Public Works. And I want to talk a little bit about some of the financial realities or challenges that we're facing and evaluating when budgeting, not just for this year, but future years, and then some of the plans that we have to proactively plan for these. So the first one, aging infrastructure. As our assets continue to age, we're getting a better understanding of all our transportation assets on the roadway and the cost for replacement. You guys know our pavement, it's in great condition. We always talk about that, but we have 16,000 other assets, 12,000 signs, 4,000 culverts, box culverts, pipes. So we recently hired an asset inspector to inspect, evaluate, and plan for replacement of this infrastructure. And they will help develop a plan to replace needed assets before it becomes an emergency. Deferred maintenance increases long-term costs and risk of failure, so we want to strategically and systematically plan for those in the future. Another reality is the facility constraints. There are many locations in the outlying areas of the county that would benefit from additional or improved maintenance barns to house the equipment and some cinders in the wintertime. Instead of transporting this equipment and cinders, we can have the equipment keep our people on the road more. So we're looking and evaluating those locations. Looking at staffing and training costs. This last year, we implemented additional traffic control training to not only keep our employees safe, but also the traveling public. And we hired a full-time equipment trainer this last year to make sure our newer employees are trained before they go out and operate in the field. And we want to continue to invest in the development of our employees, make sure we're growing, developing, increasing our skills so we can better serve the county, but there's costs associated with that as well. And what would a budget presentation be without talking about compensation? It's always a topic of conversation, especially in Flagstaff. One, in particular with the public works, it's the skilled trades of equipment operators and mechanics. We have a lot of competition in the Flagstaff area with other agencies and private companies. They want our skilled operators and mechanics. So we want to continue to look at that. We just lost a couple road maintenance employees last month. So we want to continue to look at market evaluations for all of our employees. The next two, inflation and rural delivery costs, kind of go hand in hand. It's an increased cost of construction road maintenance is just a reality we're facing. Data from FHWA and ADOT show 100% increase in the construction cost index in the last 8 or 9 years, so basically doubled in the last decade. So we continue to look for innovative ways to keep the cost down while not sacrificing quality. Nate has mentioned, we've presented to you guys in the past about our alternative road base that we've been using, saving a substantial amount of money. So Nate's team continues to look at those opportunities. And then the last item is the funding and the uncertainty of some of the funding sources. Currently, our 2 federal grant projects, the Central Federal Lands Perkinsville reconstruction and our local road safety plan and comprehensive safety plan, those are moving forward. There's no uncertainty with that, but we don't know what the federal grants are going to look like in the future. We're going to continue to pursue those grants, and you know, we're lucky. We're very fortunate to have the RMST and the HERF funding. The RMST has bridged that gap of you know, the stagnant HERF or gas tax that hasn't been raised since the early 1900s. But we're in a good situation. And as Christopher mentioned, we'll go back to the voters. We're putting some educational pieces together to show the voters, you know, the benefits of the road maintenance sales tax and then the consequences if that isn't renewed. So now we're going to go into the FY26 goals and outlooks for the different departments. And I'll start out with the road maintenance. Road maintenance also includes the sign shop, and you can see the salaries and EREs there. I can't read those, they're too small. But the road maintenance is about half of the public works staff. It's about 65 positions. They maintain 1,000 miles of roadway, 678 gravel road miles, and then 325 paved road miles. And along with emergency response and snow operations, there's so many vital roles that road maintenance plays. And I've always said it, I mean, they're the wheels that keep the bus moving. They're the hands that keep everything moving. They repair things as needed. They respond, and they're always available. So with that, the goals for this year, effectively and efficiently manage the road maintenance operations and keep that level of service as high as it has been in the past. Respond to emergency events quickly and efficiently. We have people on call 24/7. every day of the year, so we're available for that. We want to continue the annual gravel road resurfacing projects, which includes increasing our crushing contracts too for this next year to make sure we have the material for the road surfacing. A new priority for us just recently this year is planning for multiple cattle guard replacement projects and new fence projects. That's one of those assets that's nearing the end of its service life, so we need to keep the livestock off the road and protect the traveling public. Then we want to continue to invest in the sign printing. And one thing that's not in here, we're also looking to expand our capabilities in asphalt repair and guardrail repair. In recent years, those have been contracted out. We have the expertise, and we just need to get some tools, and we can do it cheaper and we can do it faster. So we're looking to increase that capability as well. So with that, I'll hand it over to Christopher for the tribal roads.
Thanks, Chad. Just to touch on that last piece that Chad mentioned about paving, and when we respond to natural disasters, a lot of the road maintenance team members are excited to help, but they love building roads, and there's a lot of pride in it, and it takes workmanship and craftsmanship to build roads, and we've learned that they would rather farm out certain tasks to outside contractors and allow them to do certain tasks in-house. And so this adjustment to getting back to potentially paving, especially where significant portions of pavement are failing, it makes sense to bring in and be able to do our own work and train our crew. And we have Todd Skinner, who's our road maintenance division manager. He has a lot of years of experience from ADOT, and he's excited to help us get back into this program and provide a different or better level of service as it relates to pavement. I'm going to talk now about our programs with tribal nations, our road programs with tribal nations. There's actually 3 programs, and one of them we call the Navajo Nation Capital Matching Fund Program. When Prop 403 was put to the voters, it was estimated that the county would be able to put $200,000 of those dollars towards a capital matching fund that Navajo Division of Transportation would match those funds and do projects on BIA school bus routes. And so these funds are specific to the classification of road where school buses would be traveling these main roads. That fund has increased. Some of the board of supervisors in the room have advocated and been able to increase that fund up to $500,000 a year now. We've not had a lot of success in spending that money. In carryovers, there's about $1.4 million in that fund, and will likely go into fiscal year 26 if it's approved for another $500,000. So we'll have almost $2 million in that fund. We didn't see a lot of success in the near future spending those dollars. So, and we were needing to renew the IGA anyway, so we rewrote it. And we've given a presentation to you. Tom Palatero was here from the Navajo Division of Transportation with the different kind of buckets of money and ways that we could distribute that money. So we're advocating and proposing that we continue with that program. This $500,000 does not come from the general fund. It comes from the transportation fund. And we're really excited to be able to do some good things if that IGA gets approved. The other program that the county has historically had is with the BIA. The federal government gives the county some dollars. It's maybe a third to a quarter of the cost maintaining and blading 286 miles of school bus routes. And so those potentially 5 FTEs, 4.5 or 5 FTEs that we have, we receive $168,000 a year from BIA. Then we use the road maintenance sales tax dollars to augment the rest of that operation, and they're blading or grading those roads every day, 286 miles. When we were renewing the BIA agreement, we had some conversations with Hopi, and it was brought to, frankly, BIA's attention that it didn't have right of way across Hopi land. And so we've worked with Hopi to identify about 22 miles of road that cross Hopi land. 6730, 6720, Pollock Ranch Road is another one, and Buffalo Flats, I believe is the other one that was called. Buffalo Flats is another one. And so we're looking at, and Hopi's actually meeting today on it to get preliminary approval, and very soon we'll be bringing that IGA to y'all. It's no new roads. It's like no new taxes. It's no new roads. It's taking that 286 and pulling out about 22 miles. And so the agreement with BIA will be 244 miles, and we'll have a new agreement with Hopi. It's roads we already blade. It's money we already spent. And so frankly, it's to our operators and to the public, they shouldn't see any difference. It's more of a legal situation that we need to get in compliance with Hopi. So are there any questions? Because this can be confusing. And so I want to pause for a minute. Does anybody have any questions about these agreements?
Yes, on the Navajo Nation Capital Matching Fund program, it says currently has 1.5 million in carryovers.
Yes.
Okay, it says
So-
1.5.
Chair Horseman, the way this program is set up right now is Navajo has to bring us a project, and then we fund it. They're responsible for engineering, and they're responsible for environmental clearances. And they've struggled a little bit to get off the ground some of the projects. And so they do have some on the horizon that hopefully we're looking to spend about $700,000 or $800,000 on those projects. But with this new IGA, we want to be able to use it, some of the other dollars for emergency road repairs and road maintenance.
So who's got that 1.5 million in carryovers?
It's in the county's bank.
So they then have that basically banked for projects, and we're waiting to hear from them on projects. Okay.
And
Thanks.
Chair Horseman, those projects will come to the Board of Supervisors for approval ultimately through a staff report, and we'll talk about what those roads, those dollars are proposed to be spent on.
Okay, and then that BIA agreement, and Supervisor Begay may be able to answer this. I know there was a problem because part of the road is on Hopi, part of the road is on Navajo. Is that the BIA agreement you're referring to here?
It is, Chair Horseman. And and Supervisor Begay has helped us. We've been to Hopi a couple times, and we met with Hopi many times, and it's been great because it's an agreement that we weren't sure we would get, but there's a lot of traction for it. And it was a lot of stress because this 6730 road is a main corridor, 6720 and 6730. And if we don't maintain that, if we're not able to keep that open to the public, it creates significant transportation issues for people trying to access even just basic life services.
I just need a little bit of clarification. You said that this is on the Navajo Nation Capital Matching Fund program, that there is currently, you're thinking maybe $700,000, $800,000 that you kind of see on the horizon. So that's about half of the fund. And what did you say you were thinking about doing with the other half?
Chair Horseman and Supervisor Ontiveros, there's in the new IGA, which will bring, and I can meet with you to get you up to speed on it. I apologize. We've left that off of some of the things we've shared with you. In the new IGA, there's 3 other buckets of money. There's the capital matching for construction projects. Another bucket is for emergency repairs. Another one is for natural disasters. And then another one is for general maintenance. It's only 20% of each of those can be spent. The bulk of the money, like 60% of it, is the intent is to continue. 60% of the money goes towards capital improvement projects, and smaller portions of it can be used for emergencies to support Navajo Department of Transportation.
Any other questions? Supervisor Begay. Oh, I'm sorry. Supervisor Fowler.
Oh, okay. Yes, I want to just thank you for your just not giving up and really putting that agreement together with Hopi. We worked on that for many years. I know that Supervisor Begay has been as well. We all had an effort on that, and really happy that that worked out. We have a new transportation department, didn't have it before, and now we do, and it's really working out really well. So that's good. And then the and on lot of times too, at Navajo Nation, there's turnovers that happen that kind of delays things as well. But I want to just thank you for working with Navajo, and also BIA were well versed in those BIA and Navajo Nation, and now Hopi's been added. So I just want to thank you for that. I think that's really important that we keep moving forward on these. And then those right-of-ways and the jurisdictions, we finally panned it out. That was a little confusing as well. So, yeah, thank you. And just one more thing I want to add to back over here to road maintenance. You mentioned that 100% has gone up in maintenance or repair, what was it, 100% project cost has gone up.
Construction cost index has gone up.
Yeah.
I think it's 2.22 since 2016. So 122% increase since 2016.
We need to educate the state legislators on that. We've been trying to work with them for many years. Matt Ryan made it his mission to for on those HERF funds and gas tax, but I don't think we need to at least add that to our education now. Supervisor Geronimo here is on that transportation. I think it's really good, a really good message, because all these years, ever since I've been here, we've been trying to work with the state legislators to understand where the money comes from and how it's used. They seem to not be able to, they just choose not to, really address the issue that is at hand right now. So that right there, I think, is really important information.
Yeah, it's an ADOT webpage, and I can send it to you,
Yeah.
Supervisors, if you want it. So.
You know, the ADOT Board of Directors has joined us, and they've been right there, but it's just the state legislators, they're just not willing to take it up. So glad that Supervisor Vasquez is on those committees.
Supervisor Vasquez, what do you have to say for yourself?
We're working on it. Every time we're down there, we're talking. Every time I'm down at the state legislature talking about transportation stuff, the gas tax is one of the conversations. In particular, the fact that you're having more and more electric vehicles on the roads and they're not contributing to that tax. And so there's more wear and tear on the roads and less revenue coming in because they're not using gas. And so we're pushing, and each time we go down there, we try to push it with our legislator. But again, that's out of our hands and our jurisdiction. But I do want to commend our team for all their hard work in creating the partnerships with the tribes and working on maintaining those county roads that are so crucial to our rural county parts. So thank you.
Can I add?
Supervisor Fowler.
I just want to say that the other part of the important information that just came out too is the material costs. We're challenged with getting the materials. It wasn't so challenging, it seems like before. Now it's coming up more, and the costs as well. All of that is to keep people safe on the road. And we've just been Lucinda was a champion of this and Andy, and we continue. And it doesn't seem like we're not heard. And these are really important information I think we need to have in our pockets as part of our talking points, not only at the state level, but in our community, because they wonder why we're not able to repair the roads that we said that it's gonna be done. I'm really happy Perkinsville Road is gonna be completed. That has been waiting in the box for a very long time. I'm really happy that's still moving forward. So, yeah, I think these are important information that the public needs to understand, the state as well as at the national level. Thank you.
I have a question too. It's a little bit off the tribal roads, but we've been reading a lot and some of us got a tour of the wildlife corridor crossing right by I-17. I know that's primarily an ADOT, federal grant to ADOT, and I think it's the what do they call it? The Wildlife and Fish and Wildlife Department, but it's going to be huge. And it's going to be a very big deal. Or is the county involved in that or assisting with them on that whole project?
Nate, do you want to speak to it? Nate has unique history on this.
Chair Horseman, Vice Chair Vasquez, Board of Supervisors, thank you for having us here today. No, not directly. We're not directly involved with that project. Both Chad and I were directly involved with that project when we worked at ADOT, and that was a long time coming. And we are so excited to see that actually. Right now, their projects are completely funded. So right now, there's not really anything that we can assist them with. We did reach out to them when the project first got going, and they hadn't completed all of the funding for fencing. So we helped them find some private grants to help fund some of the fencing for the overpass.
Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you. Just keep us informed on that. That's going to be a huge project and something really beneficial for Coconino County. So
Before we move into engineering, I just want to say, because I mentioned Supervisor Begay, but I also want to say Supervisor Fowler has mostly been behind the scenes, but a huge advocate of helping us with the IGAs and especially at the federal level and moving these forward. And it's been a long time, and I'm surprised that I'm not in more trouble because we are behind on these IGAs. But it's been a process, and we're working with our other partners. And so, I mentioned Supervisor Begay, but I also want to mention the Supervisor Fowler has helped us a lot behind the scenes. Thank you.
To go on to what you said, Supervisor or Chair Horseman, on how big that crossing project is. When I first started looking at that project when I worked at ADOT, 25% of the crashes between where the current elk fencing is and Flagstaff were animal related crashes. So that's going to be huge for not only our county, but all the travelers that are coming through our county. So yeah, we're looking forward to that project and very excited for ADOT and Arizona Game and Fish completing that project. You also asked a question earlier about the projects that we completed. How were those selected? A lot of those projects were in the Prop 403 funding of promises of projects that we were going to deliver. So there's a whole list of projects that were promised in 403, and we're going through those projects and making sure that we're delivering them. Some of them, now that we're 10 years down the road, we're looking at them and we're actually going out and saying, all right, this road says it needs to be reconstructed. We go out there, there's not hardly any cracks on the road. So does it make sense to reconstruct it? No. So we then look at other roads that need to be done. So we're trying to deliver the promises that were made with Prop 403. We're also looking at our pavement condition index and our roadway surveys. And then also, like Lucinda said, some of the grants, the federal grants for the emergency funds, they don't cover roadway crossings. So we're helping out in terms of funding some of those projects. And then some of the other projects are from flooding that happened 3 years ago back in April. where we saw failures in our drainage system and roadway crossings. So addressing those, that's currently the projects that we're currently delivering. Looking here in the future, we're going to be delivering projects. We're doing a lot of studies, as you can see here in our goals, and those studies are going to be identifying projects and setting priorities for us. One big thing we're doing right now is, as Chad said, we hired an asset inspector. We also have a contract with Burgess and Nyepel, who does all of our bridge inspections for ADOT. They are currently doing a drainage inspection for us on all the pipes that I believe are 36 inches and bigger for our culverts and box culverts that aren't on our bridge inventory. And they're coming up with a priority needs for us in terms of maintenance and construction projects. So you'll be seeing a lot of those projects that we're looking at and getting priorities for moving forward as well, along with the work that we're doing with our pavement management system. Some of our goals for this year: right-of-way acquisition. We've noticed in a lot of our projects that the county roads don't necessarily stay within the right-of-way that they're supposed to be on, or they're roads that have been established for a long time and lots got subdivided and there were no rights given for the roadway. So we're trying to get a lot of our roadways to make sure we actually have the rights for our projects and our roadways going through those properties. So you'll see a handful of right-of-way acquisitions coming before you in the upcoming year. We're leveraging grant opportunities. This particular side is for the Belmont studies that we're moving to final design. That's completely true. We're getting ready to finalize our design concept report out in Belmont. We're going to be applying for grants for final design of that project. But we're also looking at other things. We just completed an IGA with ADOT for the Highway Safety Improvement Program, where ADOT is doing a project assessment for a left turn lane on Loop Road where we had a fatality a couple of years ago. We're applying for Safe Streets for All funds for replacing all of our guardrail. Guardrail standards got updated in, I think, 2019 to what's called MASH standard. And all of our old NH 350, NHCRP 350 guardrail is no longer in the current standard. So we're trying to upgrade all that on our major roads, Loop Road, Townsend, Winona, Lake Mary Road, all of our big major roads. We're trying to upgrade all of our guardrail to the current standard. We're applying for active transportation grants. We're looking at a countywide multimodal master plan. We just got done submitting the preliminary grant application. ADOT will review it for us. The final one's due at the end of this month. So we're applying for that right now. We did a 30% design for a federal lands access program grant to improve Lake Mary Road between Upper and Lower Lake Mary. So we're waiting for that notice of funding to pop up, and we'll start applying for that grant as well. Then finishing studies, we have the I-40 design concept report that we're finishing up right now out in Belmont. We have an intersection control evaluation for the I-40 design concept report is just for the interchange out there in the I-40. And then the intersection control evaluation is the county intersection. So we're finishing up those two studies right now. We are kicking off our comprehensive safety action plan and our local road safety plans. That's going to look at all of our big roads here in the county. We're going to be coming to you guys at kickoff, and then 3 times throughout our safety study. We're going to be doing a bunch of public outreach for that one as well. And that's going to be a huge undertaking that we have a federal grant for and a state grant. So that one's not really costing the county any money at all. SS4A provided the federal grant, and then the Arizona State Smart Grant Fund provided the local match. And then our drainage infrastructure inspection, I talked about that a little bit with Burgess and Nyepel. They're going out and coming up with a prioritized list for us in projects that we need to do. So here you can see we have 14 employees right now. I don't know why we have pickles there, but that's our pavement preservation. We do about $3.5 million every year in pavement preservation. That's our fog seals, our chip seals, our thin overlays, our crack filling, things of that nature to make sure our asphalt stays good We're seeing it at a pavement condition index of 83 right now, which is a really good pavement condition index. That doesn't mean we don't have any potholes. Doesn't mean we don't have any cracks. That doesn't mean that we need to stop putting money towards pavement preservation, but that means we're sitting in a good spot where the cost of our maintenance strategies will start reducing over time because our pavement is in a better condition. That way we're not doing a bunch of reconstructs, a bunch of big overlay projects and things of that nature. And then I think it's 9.4 million in road maintenance sales tax of big capital projects that we're going to be doing. We're getting ready to kick off this construction season, which will be first and second quarter. Spring Valley roadway. We're going to be widening the shoulders on, or sorry, not Spring Valley, Old Route 66. We're going to be widening the shoulders on Route 66 and doing a deep mill and fill on that. The widened shoulders is so people will be able to ride their bikes from out in the neighborhoods on 66 up to the school, and then the next construction season, the third and fourth quarter of 26, we're going to start on Spring Valley Road, widening the shoulders as well. So it provides some multimodal connectivity in that area. So, our construction plans for 26, we talked about Spring Valley Road. We talked about Old Route 66. AA Ranch Road, we're going to be reconstructing from a county line to Zabla Road. That if you drive out in that area, you can see that the roadway is really starting to fail because of all the large truck movements that are happening out there. Out at Trout Creek and Munds Park, we have some drainage issues that we're going to fix. And then Buggy Wheel Road, we're looking at turning back to the Forest Service with some of the mining activities that are happening out there. And so that project should be taking place next spring as well. Then going into 27, we're finishing up another section of Spring Valley Road, another section of AA Ranch Road. We're going to be looking at some drainage improvements on Dunham Street to see if we need to do something out there. Skeet Neptune, we're hopefully going to be set to start applying for grants to start construction on that project in 27. And then right now, ADOT is doing a project assessment on Burris and USA 9. They're looking at a roundabout at this location to reduce some fatalities that we've had out in that area. And we're looking at helping out on that project and providing a $500,000 match. And then ADOT's also looking at a left turn lane on Loop Road at Forest Service Road 244A, where we've had a fatality there as well. And then we're finishing our two big studies that we have going on right now out in Belmont. So here's that was basically just looking at 2 years. What I like to say is the first 2 years on our CIP plan is written in stone. After that, we have flexibility, a lot of flexibility where we can add projects, take projects away. We haven't started on design yet. So we provided 4-year outlook here. Towards the end of the 4-year outlook, you'll see construction projects with like an $8 million account there. That's because right now we're running towards the end of delivering all the projects from 403, and we're going to start inputting projects that are being recommended from our studies that are getting ready to complete hopefully this year. Our pavement preservation plan. I think I heard a question earlier on how are we looking at our pavement preservation plan and how are we moving forward with it. Yes, Christopher did mention that we look at volumes of traffic or classification of the roadway. We look at our pavement condition index. We definitely look at that. But if we just looked at that only, then we would be doing one road down in Munds Park. We'd be doing a road out in Ash Fork. We'd be doing a road in Donny Park. So we look at a geographical area, and we have a 5-year plan on our pavement preservation modeling. So we come up with a 5-year plan, and then we look at a geographical area. And within that geographical area, we try to address the worst roads that we have, and also the better roads that we have, because we don't want our good roads to fall apart. So we look at the geographical area. We determine what treatments are best with our modeling, and we also go out and do a field visit. We don't want to try to do a bunch of little things all over the county because we won't see a very good return on construction mobilization. That doesn't mean though, sometimes we'll have a road that completely is starting to fall apart that we won't address If we're looking in, say, Stony Park area next year, and then something over in Baderville needs attention that we can easily take care of within that budget. Doesn't mean we won't grab another road if it really needs to be addressed. So this is kind of our plan right now. We're going to be looking at the Stony Park area next year, Townsend, Winona, Ash Fork, Red Lake, North Flagstaff type area the year after that, then down in Mountain Air again, then over in Belmont, and be down in Parks, Garland Prairie, and then the Lake Mary Road, Munts Park type areas in our, I think that's 6-year plan there. So 5-year plan.
Please get to Westwood Estates.
Westwood Estates, the PCI is probably in the 90s, so we probably won't be there anytime soon. We're fog sealing it. We're getting ready to fog seal it. So yeah. So I'll hand it off to Christopher, right?
Chair Horseman, Vice Chair Vasquez, members of the board, Ray Garcia, Deputy Director of Public Works. Just to differentiate, Chad oversees the operations side of the house. I get to oversee the support structure. So facilities, who's led by Josh Brooks, he's not here. Jeremy Floyd, you met, Finance and Administration. Joe Weiss was here. There he is. Joe's in charge of our fleet division. He oversees both the heavy shop and the light duty mechanical services shop. And just as a reminder, this part of my briefing is strictly transportation funds. The second part of my briefing, when I come back up in a little bit here, will be mechanical services and the general fund type of piece. So one of the things that Christopher mentioned was culture, and I want to just kind of caveat on that a little bit. Some of the things I've noticed, I've only been here 3 years, but the culture in Public Works is really just a great place to be. It starts out every Monday with an email from Christopher, read before you lead. And it just sets the tone for the week. Sometimes it's his guidance. Sometimes it's just great leadership philosophy. So it's good stuff. Another example of our culture that we've seen improve is our leadership advancement series. I think we've done 3 now, and it's on a quarterly basis. And we just hold training sessions with our leaders, our supervisors. The last one was on accountability. And it just gives everybody an opportunity to learn from each other and grow. And that builds a better and stronger culture. The third part, I think that the third key to the culture at Public Works is safety and training. We've done a lot to build up this part of our culture. There's a real big focus on safety. We have 2 safety experts that work for Public Works. They go out and do inspections. They help develop training for the road maintenance crews, for my mechanics, for everybody in the whole Public Works Directorate. So it's been a real benefit for the people, and it's been a really good retention tool and actually a good recruiting tool for us at Public Works. So I just wanted to expand on that a little bit. So that's the people piece. The next bullet talks about bringing first aid, CPR, and AED training into doing that in-house. We have somebody that's qualified to do that now. In the past, we would bring Vera or other outside sources to provide that training, but we can do that now in-house. I'm going to jump over to the facility side. We've put a lot of emphasis in upgrading our facilities, not to the detriment of Nate spending most of the money where it should be on the roads. Thank you, Nate. But we are putting some effort into upgrading our facilities. Most of our facilities are extremely old, outdated. Williams facility had electrical system that we couldn't even find parts for anymore. So just an example, we upgraded that this past year. That cost us about $180,000, but we saved a lot of money by getting a generator from the courthouse that we were going to get rid of. FMD was going to get rid of, and we picked that up from them. That's not on the slide, but just an example of some of the things we're upgrading on our facilities to keep them up to speed and keep them usable and functional for all our road maintenance crews. Our future for 2026, we're building a new truck barn. And this originally was planned for FY28. However, because the Emergency Operations Center was planned for FY26, and it was going to take the spot of one of our barns, our truck barns, or is going to, we shifted gears and moved our truck barn to FY26. We did this for several reasons, and we did it in conjunction with cooperation with FMD, flood control, and EM, in that we feel we can save some money by building both projects at the same time with the same contractor. So we're working with FMD to do that and get that accomplished in FY26. We're losing 6 barn spaces in the old B4. The new B4 will have 10 barn spaces. EM will have a storage spot. And a highlight for everybody in the county is it's going to be the largest conference area that the county has. So we'll get to share that with everybody in the county, and it's going to be a nice conference area. So that'll be a good add-on for Public Works and for the whole county. I'll jump to the next slide, which has a list of our projects coming up. And these are capital improvement projects on the facility side. Last year we finished, it took a year and a half to finish the B3 remodel, and that brought our heavy equipment shop up to speed with OSHA, meeting all the requirements for safety and health and compliance in that regard. And it's more functional, more efficient, and more effective. When we built that shop, we built it with the thought that we're going to add on the fire suppression system and the oil and lube systems to the mechanical services shop in a future years. We had some facility savings this year with some our facility section doing some really creative things and saving us some money. So we actually are going to be able to do the fire suppression system in the mechanical services shop this year instead of next, which gets us a step ahead. And that gets the mechanical services shop meeting OSHA requirements as far as fire suppression. FY27, FY26, we're also building a house in Forest Lakes. The reason we're doing that is Forest Lakes is typically a very hard place to recruit to for our road maintenance teams. And there's not much there for housing for the general public. It's really a retirement community. So there's not a lot of apartments or anything for them to rent. So we're going to put a modular home down there. So that'll ease our recruiting efforts in the future. FY27, paving Sheep Hill. So Sheep Hill facility has not been paved or repaved since the original construction in 1984. We're going to take care of all the paving to include for the EOC, all that new parking area and the driveways and everything in FY27. And that'll get us up to speed with the pavement's just falling apart. It doesn't drain properly. Sometimes some of the drainage actually goes into the work bays. So that'll be a great improvement for us as well. We need to remodel, let's see, I'm sorry. Phase 5 is our new wash bay. We want to put in an automated wash bay. Right now you can see it's sited near B1. We may actually move it out to the reclaimed water area where we could use reclaimed water for that wash bay. What that does is it provides longevity for our equipment. By cleaning off the road salt from our heavy equipment, it'll preserve them and they'll last a lot longer. Same with our white iron fleet, which is the sedans and vans and SUVs that all the county staff drives. That'll help to keep those clean and lasting longer. And then lastly, we'll remodel the admin area. Again, it has a few minor remodels, but not much, but it needs to be upgraded. We need to look at that facility and just take better care of it. And so that's part of the facility side. And then we'll jump into the heavy equipment shop. So along with maintaining the heavy equipment, Joe's in charge of purchasing all the new heavy equipment. And this is what we're looking at investing in for FY26. We need another water truck. We just auctioned off 2 this past year, actually just a month ago, that were outdated and worn out. And so we're going to buy another one this coming year. We have 4 signboards on schedule to be purchased, another dump truck, a 6-wheel drive dump truck, which will service both Kachina and Belmont areas, and a couple of Class 5 trucks, which are smaller trucks, but they can still plow and conduct cinder operations and salt operations in Belmont when we need to. 3 of our 10-wheel dump trucks will be purchased this year. We have 6 dump trucks that date back to 2004, and so they are outdated and time to be replaced. So that's part of our investment. The sign shop needs a truck. And then here's a couple of our goals for this year. We've increased our mechanic hires at Public Works. We're only short 2 heavy equipment mechanics right now, 1 in Williams and 1 in Flagstaff. cheap hill, so we're doing really well there. But the part of our goal there is to not send as much equipment out to like Cat and John Deere and other dealers for service, and to maintain that in-house. We can do it cheaper and more efficiently and more effectively. And so by doing that, by hiring the right mechanics and like Christopher Zerda, getting the right people on the bus, we can save the county money. So the goal is to maintain 95% equipment readiness so that when road maintenance needs the equipment, it's ready to go. And then, of course, we're always shooting for 0 lost time accidents, and so far we're doing pretty good. Pending any questions, I will turn it over to Jeremy, who's going to talk our 10-year plans. Then I'll come back up and discuss mechanical services after.
Any questions, members of the board? All right. So I have just one question. I know that when there was fire out in Fort Valley area, I know that the question was the county coming using their water trucks for just water supply. Are you still doing that, or trying to assist the fire districts out there?
Only if it's safe for us to do so, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
That's what, when you said you, some of your wire or your water truck tanks, hopefully they bought them. Oh, okay, sorry.
I just want to make a comment.
Yes, Supervisor Begay.
Oh, wow. A lot of work, huh? But I just want to say that I had an opportunity to go out and look at the barn, the new, just the stuff that you guys went over. I went and looked at all of that, and I think it's something that we need to do, because those, it's an old, everything's kind of old, and even the wash basins and everything is just like all over the place. But now I think through this project, I feel that it's going to all be in place where it's easily accessible, and that, you know, that everything is going to be, you know, in order right there for the employees to work. So I just want to say thank you for the opportunity for letting me go there, but it is definitely needed, all the phases of work that you guys are recommending. I just want to say that. Thank you.
Well, thank you. We do appreciate your support.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board, me again. Back with the 10-year plans. I have a feeling I'm in the wrong version of this presentation, so I'm about to hit you with a bunch of red circles. Don't be alarmed. Yep, I was right. So in this 10-year plan, you can see, I got to grab my, these are the handouts that I gave before I walked out because I was worried about it not being big enough. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. Real quick, we have to show you a balanced budget. So right here, you can see in FY26, that first top circle, we're showing 18.9 in recurring revenues. Down at the bottom, in total capital expenditures in operations, we have 26 million. We are going to utilize 7 million in fund balance next year, as we were showing you earlier, trying to spend that fund balance down, and an ending fund balance of about 25,636,000. That is the transportation fund. Next up, we have the road maintenance sales tax, and I will do the same thing. And we have the FY26 recurring revenues, about 15 million, total expenditures of 17.6. Then we add in our transfers out that we send to the transportation fund. So in total, we are going to use about 3.9 million in fund balance, spending that down with the ending fund balance of 520,000. With that, I'll turn it over to Christopher. I'll still be here for questions if you have some.
I think it's important that the Public Works does plan on a 10-year plan, and we look at our revenues, our projected revenues, and we try to always present a balanced budget. Our next slide relates to green waste and recycling. So we're crossing a bridge now. We're going from transportation dollars. Now we're talking about general fund dollars. So I think it's a little bit of anxiety turns up a little bit. And but however, as Andy and Siri mentioned earlier, there's no increment requests for the green waste and recycling program. The programs funded the waste tire collection site, which we do receive dollars from the state for. and we've operated well within those funds that we receive from the state, though that gap continues to decrease. But there has been work with CSA. I want to say community supported agriculture when I say CSA, but it's County Supervisors Organization or Association. And so there's been some advocacy to increase the rate or the reimbursement rate that the state gives for the waste tire program. We do community cleanups. We rotate those, and we've already had some. There's a little bit of confusion. Bear Jaw, the fire group does do. They collect green waste, but it's on them. We try to support them how we can, but it's their commitment to the community, and they're really focused on what they'll pick up. Only a certain number of bags do they pick up, but green waste is accepted in the Willard Springs yard now, and it's open for business. We're working to open a green waste site in Mormon Lake at almost no cost to the county. We had a public meeting last week, and members of the community were excited to actually man the station. And the fire district there wants to help support it. There'll be some costs, but within the operating budget that's already been approved historically, we'll be able to potentially open up a green waste collection site in the Mormon Lake area. We want to continue to community cleanups. We want to continue to run the waste tire yard, and we believe we can do that with the budget we've put forward. I think it's important to note that the county does not do solid waste, as in transfer stations. We're no longer in the garbage business. We don't do that anywhere in the county. And Mormon Lake went through a hard time there with Mormon Lake Lodge closing that transfer station, but other people have stepped up, and the solid waste business has been passed to the private entities. And so now we can talk about mechanical services. I know we started just a little bit late, but I want to talk about the time. Do we want to jump into mechanical services right now? Or
Let me ask you how much time you've got left.
did you say like how many minutes? In like 10 minutes? Should we go? Okay. Right. So Ray's going to talk about mechanical services. The mechanical services represents the fleet of the county, the vehicles that we have. Jeremy is really big on talking about the budget is just based on use. Probably what is consistent is cars aging out, and the departments pay into a vehicle replacement fund. So ideally, by the time their car ages out, they've paid into a fund. And so it's kind of a self-perpetuating fund, but if people don't drive, then they don't buy gas, and we don't buy parts and things like that. So these are all projections based on historical use and historical data or utilization of vehicles. There's been a lot of stress and anxiety about mechanical services, but Ray will talk about it. Public Works pays into it as well. We have our vehicles maintained there as well, and so we're a big client of it. But we've worked a lot with Siri and contributed more stress to Siri with mechanical services as Ray and I get to a better place with mechanical services. And I think the best days are ahead, mechanical services, and hopefully the worst days are behind us.
Thank you, Christopher. Hopefully I can follow through. All right, there's an overview. For those of you, just as a reminder, we have two shops, one at Sheep Hill. We maintain both heavy and light equipment there, the white iron as well as the orange and yellow iron, we call it. And then in Williams, we also have a shop over there with fuel at both locations. And that's used by the sheriffs and the constable in Williams. And then everybody here in Flagstaff uses our facility to include the city, fire, and police as well. And we have an agreement for that fuel use. Here's some facts, issues, and assumptions that we came up with. We have to have the white iron to do our job. It's no different than our laptop computer. You can't do it without it. Everybody in the county has to go somewhere and do some type of formal business, and that requires having vehicles to do that. Unfortunately, the cost of parts is only increasing. It's been about a 30% increase over just the past few years. That started with COVID and it's still continuing. We don't know what tariffs are going to bring, only from what I've been reading, just higher prices. So we're just going to have to deal with that as we go. We are going to, I'll talk about some cost saving methods that we've put in place, and then also discuss some proposals that we have that we've come up with the county management team with a series of assistants as well, that would hopefully alleviate some angst on the departments. But our operational fees, what it takes to run the shop, have not been changed since 2018. So they're really need to be updated, and that's part of our proposal as well. Some of the assumptions are, again, the cost of new vehicles. We've seen them go up just in the past 3 years as much as 30%, just in replacing a new vehicle. We don't know what it's going to happen in the near future with tariffs. In the long term, it might be worse. We don't know. We'll just have to keep an eye on that bubble and see what happens and make changes as needed. We have some proposals on that, and we'll go into that in the next slide or two. Our fleet is not growing extremely fast. In other words, we're not adding a lot of vehicles to it. Matter of fact, we're being real creative and trying to use some of the older vehicles, what people have referred to as ghost vehicles, in areas that we can. Our facility guys drive a couple of old ghost vehicles. Why? Well, because they don't go to Phoenix with them. They just drive around town. It's safe. They're reliable. We can maintain them cheaply. Same with Parks and Rec. And we try and find parks and recreation vehicles that we can use, they can use locally, and that saves us money, that we don't have to buy a new vehicle, and we can get more miles out of that vehicle, that old vehicle. And you'll see some of those in the mileage and age charts as we come up. Let's see, Christopher mentioned the financial plan, that each department has a 10-year plan that we propose to them on buying vehicles as they age out. It's all proposed based on how much mileage they put on them. It's based on other factors. Availability of parts. Sometimes vehicles get so old that manufacturers don't make parts anymore. So we don't have a choice but to get rid of those. And then again, it's just maintenance costs. Sometimes a vehicle shows up with, it's a lemon. It just has more cost than it's worth, so we get rid of it. It's just time to auction it off. Here's the mileage range for our county's fleet. As you can see, most of our vehicles in a decent place right now. We do have some older ones. We got behind a couple of years on purchases back in COVID, and we're not able to purchase vehicles. And this is no different than any other municipality. Everybody's in the same boat. We're all catching up with trying to get our fleet up to speed. We do have some older vehicles. Those should be rotated out over the next couple of auctions, and we'll get rid of those. And that you'll see that age, those really old vehicles go away, unless there's something, a ghost vehicle that we want to retain and just use locally. That was the mileage. Here's the age range. You can see the age. We have some older ones, but again, like I discussed, they'll be either auctioned off in the near term, or it's just something we're going to keep locally and use until we wear it out, and then we get rid of it. Once they get to a certain age, we don't get much on the auction value anyway, so it really is not, there's not a real big push to get rid of these old vehicles in an auction. Here's the proposed changes. Again, working with Siri and the finance section and in the county management team. This is what we're looking at doing. Our labor rates haven't increased, like I said, since 2018. We're looking to increase those to $120 an hour from 90. The current average in Flagstaff out on the market is $175 an hour is what's charged. So we're still very competitive in that arena. We're going to maintain the fuel markup at 16%. Like Christopher said, that's where we get the funding to manage the shop and maintain the shop. We can reduce the parts markup, though, from 32 to 15%. And that helps departments like HHS, where some of their grants will not allow them to pay more than that for replacement parts. The other proposal is to amortize the replacement fees over the life of a vehicle. We don't want to change the life of cycle of our sheriff's vehicles, patrol vehicles. They just get so much wear and tear that 6 years is really long enough, and we need to replace those vehicles. And they need to have top of the line equipment when they're responding. So we're not looking at changing that. However, the general fleet, everything else, we're looking at changing to 14 years, keeping it for 14 years. And again, that'll be dependent on parts availability and maintenance costs. But that'll extend the life of our fleet. increasing the labor rate will help us maintain the balance, the budget. Reducing the parts will help grant funded agencies to support those funding their departments, and then changing the mileage to 150,000 miles and the age to 14 years for the regular fleet should save departments money overall on a monthly and an annual basis. At the end of the day, we're not saving any overall money in the account. What we're doing is just spreading it out over time for the departments so they can have a better handle on their budgets. So one of the things we've done, depending on any questions on that, some of the things we've done is we've filled all of our vacancies in the mechanical services fleet. So we have a full suite of mechanics, and that, again, like I said earlier, helps us in that we're not sending equipment out to the dealerships for maintenance. Warranty repairs we will, but for the most part, we can handle just about everything in the shop. Some of the bigger repairs like transmissions we'll send out, but that saves us money overall. It saves the county money. Typically outsourcing is at least 1.5 to 2 times as expensive as if we can do it in-house. So we're able to save money there. That's one of our, we've actually met that goal. We set that goal last year, and this year we were able to meet it. And it's been very nice to walk into the shop and see it completely busy. The other thing we're looking at right now is we have an RFP with Scott at Finance to get a new asset management program. We're not real happy with the one we have. That's the program that manages all of our assets, every county vehicle, generator, you name it. And that's where we manage the maintenance cycle, the accountability of it, the whole 9 yards. And so we're going to send that out when Scott gets back from his surgery, and we'll get that out for bid and look at a new asset management system. Some of the other things we're looking at, we have a proposal on converting some of our admin type vehicles to from ICE to, which is internal combustion engine, to either hybrid or gas. Most of our recommendations are hybrid gas type vehicles, where they run on a battery for a certain length of time. And then we also always have that backup of gas. We've had some range anxiety within our staff, the whole county staff. We've had a few people run out of electricity on the way back from Page and and Phoenix. And so that's something we want to not have to deal with, not have our staff have to deal with that. So by looking at a hybrid gas vehicle versus all EV, that gives us the options, and it'll give people the comfort that they can go longer distances and still support the county mission. Here's our operational budget for the mechanical services. It's typically, right, those numbers are escalated at 4% per year just based on overall increases, inflation. But that's the breakdown of our budget. It is a balanced budget with these changes. This is with the proposed changes that we have put before you today. So we can continue to provide the service the county needs and meet our budget. This is our replacement budget. And you'll see this past year, FY25 and 26 are very big expenditures. And that's because the sheriff's department, we allow them to get behind in replacing their vehicles. And I say we as a team, a county team. And so we purchased about 20 vehicles for them last year. We're going to buy another 21 this coming year. And that's going to catch the sheriff's department up to where they need to be. And then they can maintain from there. Over the next 6 years, every 6 years, you're going to see the same big bubble, though. It's going to be a large amount of money. And we talked with the county management team about some ways that we can smooth that out over time and maybe lessen that burden every 6 years and get it down to a little more reasonable amount. And so we're going to work towards that goal with the sheriff's department as partners to level that out. But right now, it's a good solid 10-year plan for the sheriff's department, and it's very sustainable, and it'll get them back up where they need to be and have reliable vehicles for their fleet. And pending any questions on mechanical services, I'll turn it over to Christopher for any final comment.
Questions, members of the board? You know, I think the mechanical services recommendation is a good one. I know that probably it's your department and sheriff's office that probably utilizes it more than any other departments. And I guess, are they on board with this?
Chair Horseman, members of the board, thank you, Christopher. We actually met with them last Tuesday morning and went over this in a bit more detail. And, you know, their main concern is having the vehicles available to be able to provide the service that they provide. And so we're looking at that from all aspects. So go ahead, Christopher.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. Chair Horseman, they can live with it. And frankly, it's their story to tell about vehicles. And as Ray mentioned, and it's not a trivial thing when he said that we got behind. We buy vehicles and it costs almost just as much to upfit those vehicles for the sheriff's office. And so it's not a little amount of money. And the sheriff's office buys, their budget for fuel is over $300,000 for a year. So if the cost of fuel goes up $1, that's $100,000. I think they put on about 8,000 miles a year. And so I don't want to say, yes, they're agreeable to this because they need vehicles and it's a stress for them. And it probably limits the level of service at times that they would like to provide. But Ray and I are doubling down on mechanical services. We're going to be coming to the Board of Supervisors. We want to potentially get a whole computer system that tracks all of this, so we can integrate things better and we can provide more transparency to departments about their charges and their usage and things like that.
And I'm assuming you all did all the studies necessary to see holding a vehicle for longer. You know, obviously that's great. You don't have to invest in a new vehicle, but then there's usually an increase in repair costs, et cetera. And the same would be true for the county sheriff, from keeping it from 130,000 to 150,000 miles. You know, I'm assuming there's a trade-off there too in terms of repairs, and that you've done all the testing on that, or
Well,
data on that, I should say.
The sheriff will stay at 130,000. The general fleet will go to 150,000.
Okay,
But
so not the sheriff's
No, the
office.
sheriffs will stay at 6 years and 130,000.
Got it.
And we really can't change that. They wear out.
Well, it's really a safety thing,
is.
and they're all over this incredibly vast county. So
It's important that the sheriff's office we maintain the reliability of their vehicles for public safety.
everybody needs it, but yes, especially them. So thank you.
And then just to be clear, I want to say that the change we're going to increase our hourly rate on labor, and then we're going to decrease the parts markup. And it represents really where we're spending the money or where we need those dollars to go. And it's about a wash. If anything, it's a savings to some departments. So it's not an increment request. It's not asking for more funding. It's moving dollars around within the fund. So that the departments shouldn't see a change in their overall costs.
And of course, all this is subject to change depending on what tariffs end up doing to the costs for parts and cost of vehicles. But we get it, you know, based on what we know now, this is what you're recommending.
That's our presentation. And I think coming from the public works and the road maintenance side of it, I want the takeaways to be that our revenues look strong. We're delivering on our promises. We're being fair and equitable on our priorities. And then with the mechanical services, that we're continuing to look at ways to make it work for the departments within the defined budget. And we're trying to get to be as transparent as we can and creative as we can to stretch our dollars as far as we can while still maintaining the reliability that's necessary for public safety.
Absolutely. Thank you. Members of the board, any comments or questions? Supervisor Fowler.
Just that it's really good to get the presentation, an overall comprehensive presentation, not just the general fund. So that way it just really creates a nice picture as to where we're headed. I'm really happy that that we're still getting the grants and hoping that we'll be able to still secure that. Then, you know, in that advocacy, we're gonna still include the Highway 89 project and make sure that that goes through, even though that's ADOT, we need to always have that in the forefront just because it's public safety. So I just want to thank you for that.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, first off, thank you for the presentation. Most of what I had to say, I said earlier, but I just wanted to commend your team, Public Works, for all their hard work to make sure that our roads are maintained, especially during snowstorms, you know, how difficult that is, and some of the different, you know, we've been blessed recently, but we also have had emergencies where Public Works is in there as well. And so I just want to make sure to put a shout out to your team, because everybody in there from mechanical services on up is helping make sure that we as a county can provide the services that we do through the vehicles and also the roads, maintaining them so that we can provide those services. So thank you for your team.
Supervisor Begay.
I think I already said my comments, but again, thank you so much. And the MOU and IGAs and all that stuff, you know, it took a long time. We've been at it for a while, and I'm really, really glad that we've been meeting with the Hopis and seeing what we can do, because what would have had happened is that they would pretty much close the main road where people have usually go through there to go take their students to school or their kids to school, and then hospital visits and, you know, just employment. So I'm just glad that you guys were very pushing that, you know, and coming to some terms, and we just had to really watch how we talked and how we presented it. So that was good. So thank you so much for you and all your staff. And I think all the departments within the organization, you know, the way I see things are going very well as far as, you know, accomplishments and what they're doing, their 10-year plans or the plans that they have ahead of time. I'm really thankful for that. So thank you so much.
Supervisor Ontiveros.
You guys do a great job. All of you guys do a really great job. And I know I appreciate it, and I know the board does. And the other thing I appreciate is that I've had these meetings with you guys before, because if I had not had that, this would have been way overwhelming. So I do appreciate those incremental meetings that we have where I'm brought up to date, and would love to continue those. So thank you guys for all that you do.
And as I will join my colleagues in thanking Public Works for the great job that you do. And, you know, if we're hearing from the community, it's about roads. And, you know, really, all in all, you all are doing a great job. I mean, the most popular vehicle in the electric parade was, of course, the snowplow. And I think that speaks volumes for people are looking for Public Works to help them get to work, help them get to school, help them, you know, just with their daily lives, and the great job that you all are doing. So I appreciate that. And quite frankly, I also appreciate that you can be creative too. I really, really applaud the work that you've done on that recreation corridor in Lake Mary. I think it's really made a lot for our community. I think it speaks volumes about our community culture, and I want to appreciate the great work you've done on that personally. I really think you've done a great job. So, any other questions or comments? Otherwise, thank you so much. Good to see you all. And with that, I think we should take a 10-minute break. Is that all right, members of the board? All right, we're doing it. We are back. We have our very last presentation today. It's the county manager's office and overview. And with that, I guess I should turn it over to the county manager.
Thank you, Chair Horseman, members of the board. We are finalizing the day, Monday, first day back of this week for budget hearings with our county manager's presentation. In this presentation, you'll hear from all of the groups that we work with. Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, Economic Development, Government Affairs, Communications, and we're really looking forward to you just hearing from those of us that we all work together on the second floor, and we just wanted to formalize a presentation like all of the departments for a budget hearing. So
what it says, infrastructure and safety services budget is really all part of the county manager function budget. Is that correct?
Sorry, Chair. I know that's confusing on the schedule. That's what we were calling Public Works, Flood Control District, and Emergency Management originally was scheduled for today. It was just going to be a wrap up of kind of those departments as a collective, but we can move on from that.
We fit ourselves in wherever we could find time. So this is the time for us right now. So with that, the first presentation you will hear from officials. Thank you, Stephen. Assessor, treasurer, constables, county attorney, recorder, sheriff, superintendent of schools, and then our judiciary. And we heard last week from our superior court. Thank you to our juvenile court services and adult probation court services are here as well, joining us. And that's really an opportunity from here to hear from all of our criminal justice groups, which we did last week. And many of them are, well, they used to be elected, but now appointed through a merit selection process. With that, our org chart, we also have flood control administrator who's here, and then our forest restoration director, our deputy county managers, each carry a book of work. We all work as a team, but in terms of individual contacts and liaison too, it's important that our elected officials have someone to contact if I'm not available, but I usually am. But Erica and Kim and I tend to tag team everything. And if Cheryl Mango Pageant has a question from superintendent of schools, we're all able to work collectively on being able to answer any of those questions. So it's a really solid org chart, solid organization. I'm very proud and honored to be your county manager and working within this org chart with you to serve the citizens of Coconino County. So we start with Diana and our Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, and you don't mind taking the podium and the mic, we'd love to hear from you. So, and there are a few additional handouts as well. And Siri just reminded me that we are breaking the departmental rules by handing out last minute presentations.
It's a coloring book.
It's a coloring book. And I want
And
to.
it's a draft, so I was told that was fine.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak to you today. I'm the newly hired CJCC director, and my role here in less than 120 days has been focusing on enhancing coordination within the criminal justice system, identifying the community partners and needs, and developing innovative strategies to address justice-related challenges in our county. Since joining, I have prioritized outreach, collaboration, and data-driven initiatives to guide our path forward. So part of that was the relationship building. And as new person to Coconino County and to this community, it was really important for me to get to know the key players. And so one of the goals I set for myself is to make sure that I had an individual in-person meeting with each member of the CJCC Executive Committee within the first 30 days. And so I was able to achieve that. It was very informational for me. I was really excited to meet everybody and to learn more about how things work. I've also been working with our system partners in the behavioral health community service providers, our community leaders who may not be part of the CJCC, and our tribal partners. My goal is to try to understand the unique dynamics and the unique challenges in order to better inform my process as the CJCC director. Part of this relationship building was the presentation that you saw between myself and Judge Reed, Ammon Barker, and Joe Carver on March 25th at the Board of Supervisors meeting. And as an outsider coming in, I can tell you that was a really unique experience to have people that are on opposite sides of a known adversarial process get together and try to present in a way that educates the community in a very, very collaborative process. You've also heard a little bit about the Justice Bus events. This is something that I'm personally very excited about, and I want to enhance as much as possible. And so one of the things when I came forward was we had done traveling courts before, but we needed to brand this in a way that was really digestible and understandable and informational. And so we talked about creating a Justice Bus logo. And since I've been here, towards the end of June, we're going to host 3 events. We hosted one in Tuba City on the 21st of March. Tomorrow, we're hosting an event at the Flagstaff Shelter, which is the first time that anybody's ever hosted a warrant resolution event at our local shelter. And I'm really proud and really excited about that. I had to do a little conversation with both ends. The shelter was a little concerned about us coming in because their folks are also very skittish and concerned about court personnel and court processes. And then having conversations with the judge and the attorneys about how this would look and what kind of things we're going to be able to do there. And we just found out this morning that John Rodabaugh, who is the city prosecutor, will be joining us tomorrow at the shelter to assist with the Flagstaff city warrants. We're very excited about having him come along. Part of the services that are provided are those superior court services. We provide information about elections and have the recorder's office there to assist with voter registration and to check addresses on voter registration. We had Health and Human Services and all the amazing stuff that they bring join us at the Tuba City. And one of the things I did was I did a survey at that event. What other services do you think would be helpful? And out of all of the surveys provided, almost every single one said they wanted mental health services. So in our future events, we've got the Guidance Center who is going to bring their van with us, and they're going to do access enrollment, access eligibility. They're going to do intakes for certain mental health services. And in Page, we're going to be working with Encompass, which is owned by Community Bridges, to have them on site as well. One of the things that we've been doing with the with the CJCC and the Justice Bus is we want to remove those barriers. And so part of the warrant quashing or the warrant resolution event at the shelter is to remove that barrier to permanent housing. There's some other barriers to people gaining employment if they have a driver's license suspended or a warrant outstanding from any court. So we're going to be targeting those as well. And so some of the future initiatives are going to be around having conversations in the community about what that process looks like and what other areas we can target. And so, as you heard earlier, we are looking at going to Williams and Loop, Page, and Tuba City and some more outlying areas in order to do this. One of the things you have in front of you is part of this special initiatives. And we had an intern join me just after I started, and I wasn't sure what to do with Lauren. And so Lauren Lopes and I created what you have in front of you, which is the Children of Incarcerated Parents activity book. This was something that we thought was going to be already out there. And through the research that Lauren and I did, we found out that there are no real enhancements or activities or supports targeted to the children of incarcerated parents. There's a ton of information and resources out there to the caregivers who have had to assume the responsibility of children once their parents are incarcerated, but there was nothing specifically targeted to the children. It was really surprising to both of us to find that out. And so we set about trying to create something that looks like this activity book that you see. It's still in draft form, but it has been workshopped around and we've had people review it, and the response to this has been overwhelmingly positive. We've seen a lot of people who have said this is hugely necessary. They've asked for a companion workbook for the parents. And so the goals as we progress is to look at what that would look like, to see if we can create that. We'd also like to have this published. We'd like to have it in multiple languages, and we'd like to be able to distribute it to people in this county and elsewhere if that's possible. So in part of our goals for fiscal year 26, as I said, to expand the Justice Bus events, to also develop and host a Citizens Academy, which we're working on to educate the public about the criminal justice system. We're going to look at courts, law enforcement, prosecution, defense, and community supervision. I know this initiative will foster transparency and empower residents to engage in justice reform and to also encourage them to become more active in civic responsibilities. So one of the goals I have for the Citizens Academy is to create an alumni. And with that alumni, we're going to be able to use them to, to seed our boards and commissions and other volunteer activities, and including possibly our CASA volunteers, because that's so necessary and so much a part of the service in our community. And in just a short time, we built a lot of momentum. And again, this is one of those things as an outsider looking in, when I've approached people about joining us for these Justice Bus events, there has been no hesitation. I went and toured the elections office and I spoke with Whitney and I said, what about coming to Tuba City on the 21st? And without even a beat, she's like, we're going to be there. We're absolutely going to help. It's been the same with recorders and Health and Human Services, and then increasing our outreach to our stakeholders. So I'm extremely impressed and proud to be a part of that collaboration. And I appreciate the support and the continued collaboration from the Board of Supervisors as well.
Thank you. Any comments, questions, members of the board? Supervisor Ontiveros.
I have very much, Diana, very much enjoyed working with you because we're part of that New Kids on the Block team, or you know what I mean, not the 15-year one. So I very much appreciated the conversations that you and I have had in the hallway and keeping updated on this. And the work that you were doing is so important. And you know that I am a huge supporter. So keep up the good work. Mm-hmm.
And Diana, I think I've said it throughout almost the whole budget process all of last week, just how important CJCC has been to our judiciary, to our criminal justice process, and really to the whole county. And, you know, I'm so glad that you're here. I appreciate you taking a fresh look at this and really being innovative and getting it out there. I think the Justice Bus is a great idea. And looking forward to an expansion of that. And I know there are other areas. I know Supervisor Begay's area, she has some really very rural sections in hers, as does Supervisor Ontiveros, and I know important to get out there. So, and if you can drive the bus down to Supai, I'll go with you. So, Supervisor Vasquez.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for sharing all the accomplishments of the coordinating council. It's great to see all you've accomplished since you've gotten here, and thank you for being here and working with the team, and look forward to the successes moving forward. This council is so important to make sure that everybody's on the same page and addressing the issues together, because otherwise when we work in isolation, people get forgotten, voices don't get heard. This is a way of bringing everybody together. So thank you for your leadership and your creativity in creating these resources for our community, because we need it. And so I just want to say thank you.
Yes, I'm really happy that the courts in the community has taken hold. So thank you, and we're going to continue these and really neat. I call it the Coconino County Service Event because it's all of Coconino County and our partners. And so, yeah, and we do it in partnership on Navajo and on Navajo with the Navajo Nation Courts, and in Page is the Page Courts. So thank you.
Supervisor Begay.
Yeah, just thank you. Like everybody else is here on the board, I think something that we can all benefit from in our families out there and our communities. Thank you.
Moving on.
Next, we have communications. Melissa.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. I'm Melissa Randazzo, Communications Director in the County Manager's Office. Thank you so much for the time that you've given me today to talk about some of our accomplishments. First, I'd like to introduce my team, Stephen Pellegrini, who you see walking here very frequently to adjust things for us. He's our Communications Manager, and Brian Harris. He is our Marketing and Community Engagement Manager. So we're a small team, but we've got a fantastic network of peers throughout the county to work with. And along with those peers, this year we've sent 110 press releases, attended 50 events, generated over 640 articles and media hits, all while maintaining a strong social media presence. We also partnered on large projects like Prop 482 and with departments like elections, emergency management, IT, and government affairs. We're also ready to help Lucinda and Jay now that Sean is no longer with the Flood Control District. We can help with press releases, talking points, events, photos, video, whatever they need. So what I love about Coconino County, I think is just what I said, our versatility, our ability to collaborate, work across disciplines, and get the job done. Now I'd like to share with you a few of our accomplishments. I chose active projects that I hope will be completed by the end of this fiscal year, if not soon after. One of them is our website redesign project. Our website was last redesigned about 10 years ago, and that's a really long time in web years. A lot of times 2 to 5 years is about the average. So we are ready for a redesign. So after gathering input from the board, county management, and a group of internal peers, we submitted our design preferences in April to Civic Plus, and we'll have a draft design for review in June. The new site is expected to go live this fall. So it's important to keep our website fresh and user-friendly because it's a major source of information for our residents. Just last month, we had over 80,000 users and over 200,000 page views. So keeping that in tip-top shape is really important for us. Our next accomplishment is branding C-Click Fix as Contact Coconino. Contact Coconino is both an app and desktop tool for residents to get information and submit requests for service. There was a soft rollout in late 2023. Right now, we're in the process of upgrading to a marketplace mobile app, which allows us to build and release a custom branded and dedicated mobile app for the iTunes and Google Play stores. So we've also made great strides this year in incorporating Contact Coconino into our emergency call center. Are there questions there? Okay, I thought there might be. And so once we do have that rebranding and launch, we will come in one-on-one and talk about it, and we'll have a very large launch because we want as many people as we can to have downloaded that app and understand how to use it prior to an emergency. And then we also have about 50 people trained for our call center and about 5 call center managers also prepared to take those calls and use Contact Coconino to help our residents get the information they need in an emergency. So our third accomplishment is the What's Up Coconino podcast. And the first episode will be live soon, and each board member will be featured in an upcoming episode. And this is really fun because it's a partnership between the Coconino Center for the Arts, which has a production studio that the community can use for free. So here's another tool and an outreach tool and communication tool that comes at no cost to Coconino County. So now for a few of our challenges. The first is to stand up and keep up with tools that need constant monitoring, editing, and updating. All communication tools need care and feeding to grow and to be successful. And right now we're currently maintaining what is active. But I'd like to be growing and adding new tools like the podcast, a photo library, an online newsroom, which will require some creative time management on our part. Second is ensuring that our social media accounts and web pages have consistent branding and follow government guidelines. So we have a decentralized system of communications where departments handle their own communications and outreach, and that works really well in an organization as big and diverse as ours. But we don't have tracking for a lot of what's happening in some areas. So we're working with IT on a social media inventory and list of users to stay in touch with our content creators. And we do have that information for the website through Civic Plus and Site Improve. Our website has over 1,300 pages and 90 editors. So that leads to the next challenge, which is keeping everyone trained and up to date on best practices. So challenge 2 and 3 are really directly related. Once we identify everyone, we need to hold regular trainings and work sessions to troubleshoot, learn, and collaborate. And finally, our goals for fiscal year 26. Number 1 is to achieve 95% website accessibility compliance, which is the standard for government pages. And some departments are here, like elections, and others will be helped by the redesign because there's things that are built into our site that automatically lower that score for us. And finally, we're ready to meet with departments one-on-one to help them reach this goal. And the next 2 goals are designed to help with our challenges. So they are to develop a media policy and website guidelines that we then distribute to all of our users. And secondly is to join the onboarding process to provide information to new employees about our communication tools. So we don't have to play catch up. When people join the county and they play a communications role, they're automatically trained, they're automatically part of the group. And so we can all move forward and not have to play catch up like we have been just a little bit. So that is my quick update. Are there any questions?
I'll start out, and I'm sure there'll be some more. Yeah. First and foremost, I want to thank you for the great work that you've been doing and your team's been doing on press releases and, quite frankly, partnering to get the word out. I think it has been great. I mean, it's heads and shoulders above what we've had in past years, and it's really beneficial, especially if you've noticed pretty much everything you put out ends up getting on both CAF, getting on our local newspaper. So they're now looking to us to be the source of information. And the good thing about that is we can actually provide them real and up-to-date and factual information. So I want to thank you for that. It's been really great. And I'm really glad that you're working on that website redesign. It's really a whole long time in getting here. It's so important that we get some kind of fresh look at that. Something that's going to be flexible, easy for the public to be able to navigate, and easy to update as things go on. People do look at it, and I think they're going to be looking at it more and more, whenever there's any kind of emergency. But also, I'm hoping they're going to start looking at it as a resource for people coming to visit us up here in Coconino County. And I think we can add to that and make it very interesting and informative and even inspirational. Come on up and join us up here in Coconino County. So thank you for that. And thank you for your hard work. And I look forward to seeing the redesign.
Thank you.
Supervisor Ontiveros.
You know what? I'm not going to repeat what she said because that's almost what I was going to say word for word. But I do remember when we were meeting on the web design, and I was so excited to see that updated. And it's I don't know when I thought it was going to go live, but it seems like it's coming sooner than I thought that it was going to. So I'm really excited about that. And I didn't know that there was going to be What's Up Coconino podcast. So I am looking forward to that too. I will stay tuned. So thank
Excellent.
you. Mm-hmm.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you for sharing with us all the accomplishments and shifts of communications. I want to give you a special thank you for the times that you've helped me with crafting some of my speeches and talking points. That was excellent. And also to Keith over there at Government Affairs, because between the two of you, I really depend on you guys for my speeches and stuff. And so appreciate that. And just look forward to seeing the new website and seeing how it's more accessible to our community, because we have so much to offer. And I've gotten feedback at times with the old website, it can be hard to manage or hard to find stuff. And so I'm looking forward to seeing how this new website streamlines things so that we can get the information out to our constituents the best possible. So thank you.
And Supervisor Begay.
Yes, thank you, Melissa, for you and your team here. I really want to thank Brian. He's out there in the communities, the Balloon Fest, Navajo Nation Fair. One of these days he might become the person that is going to be up front on the float. But anyway, I just want to say thank you so much. And this past Western Navajo Agency that fair that we had, it was raining and it was blowing and he was still out there. Everything was getting wet on him as far as the books and things that he was giving out. I just felt for him. And so Angie and I came to his rescue there and I said, you better hold that side down. I think he's going to go up like Mary Poppins. The wind was blowing really hard, but thank you so much. And, for just really being involved. I know that you're out there, any little thing you want to help. And I just want to say thank you so much. And then Melissa, talking points, everything, and Keith also, and Steve, all of you guys are very helpful within the small department that you have. And I'm really thankful that we could turn to you guys to help us on a lot of these things. So thank you so much. And the website, yeah, we looked it over too. And it's good to have you guys come to us, before and let us know the in and outs of what you want to talk about, especially at the board meetings. And that really cuts down on a lot of time, for us to ask a lot of questions, at the time of the meeting and think we already know what's going on. So I just want to say thank you for the department here.
Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. It's just the work that you're doing is what you're all doing is a lot, with emergency management. When we think about emergency management, we only think about the department, but when there's a EOC that's set up, and communications always key, and it's always the central, and I know you have to work with all agencies on that. And then, having to develop a new website, I think that's going to be really good because, whenever nowadays, if we're going to want to learn about something, anything, we always look at their website, try to find their website. And when employees want to work here, or potential employees or anybody visiting, they'll go to the website. So I think I'm really happy to know that you're working on that. And then training employees also, managing all the county departments and anybody that has access to the website and all the social medias, the word that is out there. That's a lot. So I'm really pleased that you are working with all the agencies on that and all the social media managers. You have to do that because Coconino County, the message is out there. We have to all sing the same song and really tell our stories in about the same way. I'm really happy that the podcast is about to be launched. I'm really excited to see how that will be done. So yeah, thank you. And thanks for managing our board meetings as well. So thank you. All right. And then all the other writings that you all help out with it, as it was mentioned.
Yeah, thank you.
Next, we have government affairs, but just a bit on communication, the podcast, What's Up, Coconino? And, we really need to stay relevant in the communications marketplace. And that's our working to do that. You think about the last 25 years of communications. And I remember in Coconino County, we'd take our time, write a press release. The press release would get released. It may be in the paper the next day or the day after. And now everything's just so real time. There's not a lot of lag time between when the event happened and when somebody communicates it. And you're right, Chair Horseman. If we can put out the official word, there's still relevance in that. And if the news sources can pick up on that official word from us, that there's a community benefit. I know yesterday, for example, we had just fortunately a fire that didn't spread widely, but I noticed that was sort of getting traction on social media before. We were communicating with Tim last night, but it just goes to show how quickly news spreads, and you all, we all do our part in that, and we need to make sure that the words that we're spreading are official, appropriate, and filtered through the appropriate channels so misinformation doesn't get carried out into the system. So with that, we'll bring up government affairs, who really, Keith and team, work to bring us the good data that we need to then ask our legislatures at both the state and the federal level for the appropriate ask for resources.
Yeah.
Not always great
Typically,
news,
yep.
but appropriate data.
And then I'll make it known that Melissa helped me with my talking points, so I need help too. So, and also I want to acknowledge the rest of our department. We do also have a government affairs manager, Sean Johnson, and government affairs intern, William Nazi. They're not here today. Some of them are feeling under the weather, but also when we work closely with lobbyists, we have Karen Cruz as our state lobbyist. We have Bob Holmes and Anna Ma as our federal lobbyists, and they also brought Tracy Sutton from Congressman Stanton's on to their team today. So that'll make that an even more robust. And for some of the issues we're working on, that'll be very helpful because she has a lot of experience in like some of the FEMA space, which can be very helpful, some of the stuff we're doing. I'll start with accomplishments. You might notice, if you're really observant, that the passing legislation to protect military sites like Camp Navajo and the allowing mutual aid agreements with bordering states were passed in the last legislative session in 2024. But because it's 90 days after sine die, when they became law, it was in fiscal year 25. So I put those in there anyways, because this current legislative session isn't over yet. So we don't know if we will have legislative accomplishments, although we do have a bill that the treasurer is running that we've been working on to try to get through. It's to kind of try to protect counties from what's happened in some other places, to have some standards for treasurers. We also have some bills that are live still potentially for budget asks, things like the coal study in Northern Arizona. And then the other one for this fiscal year that's not on there, but I think the board deserves some credit for, is there was the utilities bill that came up, the 2201, which gave almost the initial version of that gave almost unlimited liability to the utility companies through conversations and through the work. And Coconino County was one of the first places to raise concerns about that bill. It was substantially changed, and the protections that are in there now for cities and counties and residents are largely due to the efforts of this body and to Coconino County. And I should point out, any accomplishments from government affairs really does come back to the board. You guys guide us to the board and our elected officials, because we do the work. We sometimes grab the data and other things, but to a large extent, we are carrying out the work that you do. So it truly is a team effort. And I think anything that we accomplish, we don't accomplish without this board, which is very active nationally and at the state, and makes our job easier because you guys work so hard. In terms of other like federal, we successfully got into federal legislation for Good Neighbor Authority, the retention of timber receipts. That was something we fought for several years. And then we have members on a number of committees. I didn't mention them all, but one of the more significant ones, I think, is that we got two of our board members on the Bajnavju Ita Kukvini National Monument Advisory Committee. So that's helpful in trying to determine how that goes. We don't know what's going to happen with the monument with the current administration, so that may be a short-lived assignment, but so far so good. That I guess brings us to possible challenges for FY26. I think there's some pretty obvious ones that we've talked about, and since I addressed the board Frequently, I won't belabor those, but obviously some of the cuts in federal funding impact our departments pretty significantly. We're fighting to try to minimize those impacts or get some of those reversed. There's, of course, conflicting approaches to how public land should be managed. That's a big issue over the next couple of years. And then within the state and federal legislative bodies, often there's not a lot that gets done because there's a lot of conflict between them. We see the conflict, for example, between the legislature and the governor. Then in the federal bodies, sometimes there's conflict even within the majority party. It isn't always even between the two parties. In terms of goals for FY26, continue to advocate for those important projects for public safety, particularly Bill Williams Mountain and the Upper Rio de Flag. The forest restoration efforts there are critical, and to continue to move to make sure that those projects, that the agreements get signed and that the work gets done. There's definitely some progress being made there, so that's encouraging. We'd like to maintain our track record of success in advocating and securing funding for critical projects. Of course, we did have the setback in FY25 when congressionally directed funding didn't occur because of they didn't pass a budget. The continuing resolution took that out. So we resubmitted our 25 request for FY26. We've been very successful in the past. The 2 previous years, we got about 9 million in projects funded over those. And so we're trying to get our FY25 requests bumped up for FY26 and hopefully get those through. In terms of other goals, I think one that is not on there, but is really important is we're still trying to work to see that secure rural schools gets funded. That's obviously critical. It's about a little over a $2 million hit for the county when it isn't funded. That work continues. We have had some communication with the offices. I won't say there's great news there, but I have heard that they are continuing to. There is a chance that they will move it forward in the next budget form. There has been some discussions in the House and Senate, and we have seen. Not from Arizona yet, but we have seen other co-sponsors sign on to the House version. So there's a little bit of life there. Maybe something will happen. We'll continue to put the pressure on there. But with that, I will stop. I've probably covered a lot, and I'll entertain any comments or questions.
Well, Keith, you really understated what you do. You know that under accomplishments, and you should take a look at that. You may want to add to it. I'm just going to give you some examples.
Sure.
You know, what you do and your staff do in terms of prepping for LPC and CSA to keep us up on all the latest in terms of state legislation is not on there. Not to mention the prep that you do for state and federal meetings. When we go back to DC and we go down to Phoenix, you know, you do a great job of giving us talking points, making sure that we stay on track for our state and or federal priorities. As we're meeting with our representatives, not to mention all the support letters. And we keep you busy on those because many of us has very strong feelings about many issues that are facing both the state and the federal, the state and the country. And you do a great job of helping us getting those letters out, again, to advocate for our federal and state priorities. And then not to mention your NACO support. So many of us serve on, in fact, all of us are serving on various committees and subcommittees, some of us taking leadership positions in those. And we don't do that alone. You know, you and your staff are such a great help to us. As we always say, you make us look good. And it's true. You give us the information we need in a digestible manner so that we can go there. We understand the issues. We can talk about those issues. You make us look good. And that is a great testament to the service that you provide and that your staff provides to us. So don't undersell your accomplishments. And good news is we certainly see them. And I want to thank you for you and your very small staff. I know that's one of the things we've been talking about on, you know, just moving forward. We have a very active board, very unusual. Coconino County, you know, we certainly definitely we are so active on a national and state level, way beyond the size of this county. And, you know, I think, again, that is because of the the background we have and the resources we have to be able to prepare us to take leadership positions in a state and federal, on a state and federal level. So that's in great, that's because of you, and it's because of your staff and your teamwork. So really appreciate that. And I want to make sure we recognize that. I know everybody up here does. You need to recognize that as well. We really appreciate what you do. And with that, I am going to turn it over to my colleagues. Supervisor Entreveros.
Ditto to what she said. And I'm just going to add that I appreciate the fact that when I've got a question or something's going on, thank you that I can just come to you, walk in the office, and you're always available to help. I just want you to know I really appreciate it.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, pretty cool to see the accomplishments, but I agree with Supervisor or Chair Horseman. You didn't put everything on there, and that means staffing us and providing all the support, the letters of support, making sure that those letters are going to folks. I mean, I went to DC a couple weeks ago and met with Eli Crane's chief of staff, and I walk in and the first thing he tells me, I just got your letter yesterday. I've been working on it all day, you know, and so that's the prep, and that's what your office does. And so just wanted to appreciate you for that. I mentioned that earlier, but your talking points and for our speeches and going into those meetings are crucial. You know, I look at it and look at all the different political things that are happening. Your office is so important for us to understand how those impact us locally. And that's so crucial for us to be able to do our job. And so just want to say thank you to you and your team.
Comments? Supervisor Begay.
I was hoping that you would have had a 2-page accomplishments for us, but it is true. You do more than what you have on here, and so I just want to say that, you know, your office does mean a lot to us, and we depend on you guys, because, you know, things happen overnight, and next morning, you know, you're on the job and you're trying to figure out how to go about this, and you know, you get it done, and you know, you have people signing off on things, and there goes our stuff. So I just want to say I really appreciate that, you know, from District 4. But anyway, I just want to say that I see a lot happening, and just wanted to say that thank you. A lot of times we don't say thank you. You know, we just do go about our businesses here and there, and you know. But I think now is the time to really say thank you to our staff, because we do have a good staff. We do have excellent staff, well versed, and you know, they know what they're doing. They know where they want to go, and take us, and then have us, you know, do some work, you know, to help them out. And that's an organization that's a healthy organization. So I just want to say thank you so much to you and the others in your department, you know, for being there for us. And so thank you so much.
Supervisor Fowler.
And your humor, dry humor sometimes.
I wasn't going to go there. No, that's.
I'm not with him.
Mixed appreciation on that one, I'm sure.
No, it just, I really appreciate, we all do appreciate working with you and team. And, you know, you make work fun. And I like going back and forth and writing a letter with you and just trying to see how we can, you know, thinking things out on our next steps on how we're going to get something done. You know, that's always what it is there's always a goal, whether it's locally with our federal agencies, with the tribes, with the state, at the federal level. You know, it's nonstop. It's every single day. And being able to maneuver this crazy political environment that we're in right now, and really gauging how we should approach, what tone should we take? All of that, it's a huge consideration that you have to do. You can't just say, I'm going to This is where I'm shooting. Doesn't work that way. And you're able to really maneuver that and get the board on the right track so that we can, and the county on the right track so that we are actually going to be successful. All the projects that we've been talking about here, you help us to be able to be a better advocate. We are here, when we go somewhere, we're not going for ourselves, we're going for the county. And you and your team are the ones that really get us prepared for that. So it's almost the same as everybody else, but yeah, I don't think you're kind of like not praising yourself and all the work that you do, but it is really tremendous amount of work that you do with all the humor that you have that gets you through it. So really appreciate everything that you and the staff do. So we have a great team. It's just amazing. We're very fortunate in our county to have that. Just working with counties across the country, most counties don't have that. And we're fortunate here, so thank you.
Yeah, and I would say too, I mean, it's obviously like this board works really hard. So does our management team and our departments, because all this stuff, I get a lot of stuff from like Lucinda and Jay and Tom Hanachek that helps, give me the information, or from Health and Human Services and all the departments. I can't mention them all, otherwise I'll forget somebody, but it's really important. And to Chair Horstman's point earlier, I'm glad she brought up NACO, because think about it, there's 3,000 counties in the country, and we have 2 people on the presidential board. There's only about 20 people on that board. So even though we're 1/3,000th of the counties, we're 10% of the leadership board. That's because people push hard to do stuff. And I don't think the communities you represent always see what you do down at the state capitol or over in NACO or DC, but the work you do is you're national, not only statewide known, but nationally known as a county that does stuff. And some of the things you bring up there help other counties too. So you're not only helping your own residents, but you're actually making a difference nationally too. So it's very much appreciated, and it's a team effort.
So a couple of things. First, and we didn't even mention the fact they even look to us to testify congressional hearings, congressional roundtables, very much, I guess I was I was thinking of the analogy, punching above your weight, which I think Coconino County does so much. The other is William. I know she's an intern here. I don't know when her internship program is up. But I don't know if there are any plans to take a look at that and take a look at continuing that, or under what level, but just something just to kind of think about moving forward, because I know she has been a great help for you to get things organized and kind of make sure that we're on track. So just, I don't know when she's up, but I think it's worth taking a look at. So
It has been amazing for sure.
Supervisor Fowler.
Yeah, I just want to add that I'm really thankful that Sean has joined, and really we need real professionals here that are writers, because you do a lot of writing, and there's different types of writing, and writing a speech for one person is different than writing a speech for the next person, or talking points. Everybody has their own style when they deliver. So it's really, really important. And I want to thank all the departments for helping and providing the information that you need. All the departments I know get involved in when you send out the emails, and then being able to provide the information back to NACO or whoever it is. Really appreciate you staffing me at the national level and the state level. Really, really important, because we have to be right there, and you're there for us. So thank you.
We're moving on. County
Thanks,
Manager.
Keith. And we know that Keith is humorous and humble and insightful. There have been times where I spent a day with Keith at lobbying effort. And it wasn't until I was getting ready for bed that night that I realized just how insightful and funny that statement that Keith made really was. And I also learned how popular Keith is. It was a Monday morning, and I think some news was announced on Sunday. Something was leaked. And so went in to check in with Keith on a Monday morning, and then realized half of the second floor filtered into his office in the first hour of the morning. And so really just shows how impactful government affairs is and how much we rely on that insightfulness and that information, letter writing or whatever it might be, how important that is to all of our functions. With that, I turn to John Saltonstall, our Economic Development Director.
Good afternoon, everyone. Chair, members of the board, and John Saltonstall, Economic Development Director. Happy to be here today. Thanks for giving me a few moments at the end of this day just to share some input from economic development. And before getting into some of what's on the slide, hearing everyone this afternoon from Public Works to Government Affairs, I think of all of these members as my team, and I'm on their team. You know, working with Christopher Tressler, Chad Ocker, Nate Reisner on public works projects, trails, roads, working with Cynthia Nemeth and Liz Krug to figure out ways to really provide connectivity throughout the region with multimodal opportunities. Going up to Page with the CJCC to work with Zenny Homes and also with the Workforce Development Board to help with connectivity for workers and programs for their employees. Just so many great things going on, and even things with communications, as you heard, the website, but also opportunities to help deliver things that are small but very impactful, such as a community calendar. We'll be working on some of that here in the next few weeks as well. So some of the accomplishments from economic development listed here, though, just to get into it, developing some, or rather delivering leads to Camp Navajo. We had a few businesses that have been exploring the region. There's great interest in the available industrial lands that we do have, and really trying to figure out how to bring industry that's compatible with the operations of the Naval Observatory and Camp Navajo as well. We've been also doing a lot of work to advance the building resilient economies in coal communities. Coconino County has been selected to host a Vista, AmeriCorps Energy Vista, for the next 3 years. Now, there are some challenges with that come into the relate to federal funding, but we're moving forward nonetheless. It still is a success that we've been identified as a great host for that opportunity. And then also doing a lot of work with our forest restoration folks, working with Jay Smith and the team. We've been able to support an application for a grant to really find ways to diversify and make use of / innovate waste product that's coming out of the forest that currently doesn't have a productive use. Challenges, federal funding, certainly that's one of them that might impact our getting the Vista, because that's certainly a good deal. The call for increased entrepreneurship in the community is also a challenge. You know, with all the challenges to our public lands, to some of our federal workers, you know, a lot of folks don't understand how it is that our region has such a strong percentage of public sector workers. And I think it's primarily people don't recognize all of our public land assets that we have, from the Forest Service, our national parks, our trails networks, our dark skies. All of these things are opportunities, but not necessarily known to the greater public. Goals for this upcoming year, we definitely want to establish more partnerships with economic development practitioners in the area, tribal partners, incorporated areas. We want to advance efforts to develop a natural resource plan. We've been learning a lot about this lately. We see it as a tremendous opportunity to understand what's happening below the surface and above the surface with regard to natural resources and activities such as our outdoor recreation. And we also want to work to establish a sustainability working group. There are great opportunities between sustainability and economic development. We should really capitalize upon that and potentially establish a working group with Camp Navajo. We just think that there are too many opportunities in that facility for us to not do this. So these are just a handful of things. I could go on, but I was told just to provide a few bullet points, and I'm mindful of time as well. So I'll stop there for any questions or comments.
Thanks, John. Really appreciate that and appreciate to see your list and goals for the upcoming year. And I know you've been meeting with many of the board members here, getting our input on those as well. So I appreciate that and appreciate your outreach. Other members of the board, comments or questions? Supervisor Ontiveros.
Yeah, John, I've also, of course, I haven't been working with you that long. You know, I'm in the New Kid on the Block club, but I know we have been in a couple of meetings together, and I've appreciated the dialogue, I'll say. So I look forward to continued working relationships with you.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yeah, it's good to see you settled into your position. It's been good to work with you over the last year as you've developed new partnerships and whatnot. And I remember at the beginning getting a little itchy, like what's going on with economic development in our county, and realizing you needed the time to research and kind of learn and grow into that position. And so it's been good to watch that and see the fruits of that slow, patient work to develop those partnerships with our community on entrepreneurship and economic development. So thank you for your work.
Supervisor Begay.
Thank you, John. Anytime we have questions, you're always available for, for us. And you come in and you talk about certain things, and you want our input and what your thoughts are. So I really appreciate that, So, and thank you for, getting to know the program. And certainly if you're new, then you start to learn the in and outs of it, to then do a good job at the end. So I just want to say thank you so much for all the help that you've been giving us.
Supervisor Fowler.
We're only beginning.
That's right.
We have so much more to do, and there's so much that is left out of your report, and just want to continue tackling all the work that that's been happening. And I know you had to do a lot of homework just to see where we're at, and I'm really happy that that Vesta worker came through. We had to really fight for that one, but it came through, so I'm really happy about that. Didn't want it. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks, John. The world of economic development, it is a big C, and just really what's the Coconino County ship in that? And there's so many different directions we can take. I was impacted at the NACO conference by attending the Building Resiliency for Coal Impacted Communities session, and really hearing from folks that have from Kentucky, et cetera, some of those coal impacted communities. But we've also had it as well with Page and the Navajo generating facility and how the economy has transitioned. And then looking at our historical industries in Coconino County, timber was one, another. Now there's an adjustment there with the biomass conversation that's happening. And then also ranching and really the use of those open spaces for recreational opportunities, and how do we want to engage with the recreation industry, and how do we sort of find our place with all of that in the West. And so many opportunities, but really, John, thanks for discovering who Coconino County is, and then how do we position ourselves by being ourselves and exploring those economic development opportunities. So with that, does that conclude all of our presentation? It does. I think it's worthy of note as well. Juanita and Felice upstairs, thank you for the support. And really, it's we have, I don't know, I hate to say all these sort of little Jedi segments that presented, but really on the second floor, we're all, it's a big community team with our clerk's office, and it's really it can get hectic and dynamic, but it's also a special place to be because we have the potential to all be in lockstep and walking in the same direction with our district directors all the way through to all of our administrative staff.
It's 5 o'clock. You know what they say,
Somewhere in here.
Happy hour is
Uh,
somewhere, isn't it? So, is there any comment?
I might have to ruin the day, the wrap up. If there's any wrap up items that we want to follow up from any of the presentations, we can note them, or we can follow up tomorrow as well. Again, tomorrow we start with our consent agenda at 8:30, and then we'll start our presentations with our library district, Parks and Rec, emergency management.
So I do have something that we probably need to follow up on. And I don't know if it goes there, if we just do it. I think that we were presented with a very intriguing option with regards to the flood control district loan and monies back to the general fund. And that's $15 million. So I'd like to know what the thoughts are. Does that go into the stability fund? Is there, what's the, what are you doing? Well, we've got a lot of savings actually, and that was intentional. And I think it shows our very conservative fiscal responsibility portion of who we are as a county, which right now is about $45 million. So I'd like to know what the thoughts are on that. And maybe there isn't any yet. But you understand.
Chair Horseman, yeah, absolutely. And it was very thought provoking. And if you could give us a bit of time to collect our thoughts, I know we have them, but I don't know if they're in a place where we could express them. I think, what Director Andriani talked about in terms of, emergency preparedness and how we've utilized our emergency funds. And I hate to say it, but we are going into, fire season. And so it's good to be able to have that emergency reserve and then the 15 million for the stability fund. We do believe that we will need to use that.
I think so too, actually.
And that will be at the board's discretion, which is a really healthy checks and balance in the system when we talk about continuation of service.
But I want to point something out, and I pressed the treasurer on that, and that was saying, I know you don't have infinite funds, but you sound like pretty close.
Yeah.
And that for her to be able to provide additional loan opportunities. Now, it could get to a point where the flood control district is so in the red that the flood control district isn't going to be able to dig itself out for decades. So, I mean, I think that's something that we need to be cognizant of as well.
Yeah.
But, I guess the reason I was pressing that is that we have that the rollover monies has always been our emergency funds. And what we're hearing now is, well, that's great. It's an emergency funds for non-flood control district, but which of course we've had emergencies, COVID being one. I think we're going to have some emergencies because of the loss of federal funds. But we just really need to have a discussion on that. I don't know where, maybe we do it at the end, but we need to take a look at that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty intriguing. So.
And I do agree, because I was thinking the same thing, that I think it's a conversation worth having, but I was thinking, if you were to look at a balance sheet, flood control district is going to have a pretty big note due.
Yeah,
It has it now, but it's a liability. You know what I mean? It's a fiscal liability that would be on a balance sheet, and it's pretty healthy liability.
Supervisor Ontiveros, I thought about it as in terms of a line of credit or even an operating loan from a business perspective, and so it's kind of in that same level of conversation if we want to look at it that way. So yeah.
We've been able to do what we've been able to do in the flood control district because we had some incredible senators, some incredible representatives, and there was funding available to do the work we did. That's not there now. And we still have a tremendous amount of work that needs to be done with regards to forest restoration, with the Community Wildfire Defense Fund. It's not like there's not stuff that absolutely should be looked at and probably needs to be done. not to mention just, the coming, potential coming cuts within HHS. So, I mean, I look forward for a discussion with the rest of the board on that. Supervisor Fowler, did you have a comment?
I was just gonna say that I would think that you all need to really think about that and really look at how we are, where we're positioned to come back and have a discussion. I think we do need to have a discussion, but it may be that sometimes what we've done in the past is like do our budget and then come back to it, to like a discussion like this, to really take the time and go through it later on sometime. So that's where we're gonna just need your guidance on that.
It's kind of like a Keith comment where I don't fully understand it until I'm getting ready for bed that night. And so again, I think it's important that we all give this some thought and really, yeah, I think that's important, and see sort of what we can collectively think about and bring with this.
Supervisor Begay.
Yeah, I just want to say that, knowing that we're going to get that money back, I think establishing new programs shouldn't even be something that we should really be looking at as board members. If the continuation of services, I think, is a priority right now, because if we just like some programs probably came on and their funds expired, and now we're struggling to fund them, and those services are still needed. So that's one thing I really think about when we're in these budget hearings, is that no more, let's wait on new programs being established in the departments. I think that's something that we really need to think about. The other thing is that we did have some talk about the Parks and Recreation, that, the park is really a Flagstaff park, and that we really need to look at all the people that can utilize that throughout the whole county. And one of the ones that we talked about was basically some kind of a little sports center or something where our kids are our future. And we need to make sure that, we address that, and then everybody's going to use it one way or the other across the whole county. And that's what we need. That's the other thing that I was thinking about today as we were going through it, and it kept popping up. And I kept trying to tell my colleague over here, and she just kept going like this. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But anyway, I'm just saying what I thought, but I think, there's a lot that, but we also had to reserve some of those dollars. We still do not know how the funds are going to be. The uncertainty of it, we still don't know that. We might, and then we still have staff that might be, the grants might be taken away. And then what do we do with our staff? What are we going to do with the services out there? We're expanding services. Our tribal center in Tuba City, I asked the question, if we have half of the money, or the money's a certain amount of money, what other funds are there to be used for that? Because if the dollars are never going to come through, then it's not, we're not going to be expanding that service. It's not a new thing. It's something that's been talked about for X number of years for now that I know of. So those are things that I think about, when we're talking about these hearings, and it's good, that we're all hearing everyone, and certainly compensation. There's really nothing we can do about that. With things are increasing, prices are increasing, cost of living is increasing, rent's so high, a lot of things. And we still have a lot of other things that we need to think about. Employee housing, how do we do that? Because we have staff that are coming in from Cow Springs or towards Page, and they come to work here in Flagstaff, 2.5 hours away. What can we do? How can we, help them out? So that they're part of the Coconino County. So there's a lot that I think about when, we're talking about budget. So with that, I just want to say thank you, administration, for really sitting here, listening to to our staff, what their needs and their accomplishments. Everything is good. I think everything is good that they're in, and the whole county itself is really progressing in a lot of ways that I see within the, after the pandemic. I noticed that, we came on aggressively and we're still going aggressively. And so I just want to say thank you so much to my colleagues, and then all the staff, administration, and people that are out there that are willing to help as partners. We can't do anything too much without partners, and we have to really rely on them and help them out, and they can help us too. So thank you so much.
If I can, just one more comment on that. As I agree, we do not want to be expanding programs right now. We absolutely do not know what's going to be happening with regards to our revenue coming in. And I'm talking about both state sales tax and local sales tax. And this isn't going to just last for a year. We've got years to go before we rest. We've got years to go and on this. And I think there will be a cumulative effect. And we've got to be prepared for that. So I don't want to go in here saying, oh, gee, isn't this just great? On the other hand, it is something for us to take a look at long-term, and maybe take a look at conservatively and see how we get through the next couple of years before we make a big decision with regards to that. But I also think we have an opportunity that we have been missing for so long with regards to Fort Tuthill and with regards to the amphitheater, if we can look at ways that we put money in for revenue production. So, I think that, that's something else just to consider long-term. Again, I know it's uncertain times we live, but anyway, thanks. Yes, Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. That was pretty close to what I wanted to share, which is that, this $15 million is coming back to the general fund. The majority of it, I think we should put in our stability fund, because it's good to have a rainy day fund. And we know that, at least from what we're seeing from the budget recommendations, it looks like we can balance our budget this year, but it's next year and the following years that things change a little bit. And so having that stability fund is crucial to be able to weather that storm. With that said, I also agree that we do need to look at what are those kinds of revenue generating opportunities that we have in the county that we can invest in that will generate more revenue for the county. And so Pepsi Amphitheater would be a great example of it. A youth center, soccer fields, I'm always going to pitch those, but what are those things that we can do in our county and use this funding that will come back and multiply its effect for our county and our communities without expanding into something that we can't sustain? Because right now we can't go and grow and then have to contract. We want to go very slow and make sure that we're solid and make sure that we preserve these core programs that are so crucial to our communities. And as the feds pull back, what that means, it's cost shifting to the states, which means it's cost shifting to us. And so we need to be aware of that and be prepared to deal with that. And we're blessed and fortunate to have this funding available to start thinking that way, but long-term, not in the short term, because it's not just a gift to go spend lightly. It's something that we need to make sure that we're watching and investing properly. Thank you.
No other words of wisdom?
Not from me. Thanks, everyone.
Here, just take it. That's why they put her between you and I. All right, thank you so much. As always, really appreciate your incredible work to get this done. And that goes for hopefully everybody that's listening online and our wonderful staff. Really appreciate all of you. So have a good night. Onward for tomorrow, and we'll see you soon. 8:30. Tomorrow is a board meeting day.